Host. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface.
Fam, what's going on? Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube, coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with a breaking update, a huge breaking update. According to Chris Lowe of ESPN, Coach Saban is going to retire. I mean, just monumental news. He said that he has just informed the team that he has announced his retirement. Unbelievable. Cannot even believe the magnitude of this. So I'm going to open up the call-in line. I'm going to get everything set up. But Coach Saban is retiring, and just unbelievable news today that we're covering right here before your eyes. Coach Saban. This is just in from Chris Lowe. Give me 1 second while I get everything kind of set up on the back end right here on YouTube. Like and subscribe, and I appreciate you guys being here inside the comment box for this breaking news of Nick Saban retiring. Again, I'm going to open up the call-in line right here for you guys. Unbelievable news as Coach Saban has announced his retirement from the University of Alabama. Just give me 1 second while I get everything set up. I appreciate you guys being here and being patient while I get everything lined up here. It's going to be a full court press. This will be nonstop coverage right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here, sticking with me while I get everything set up. Coach Saban, set to retire from the University of Alabama. Give me 1 second. Yeah, he just informed the team, according to Chris Lowe of ESPN, monumental news as Coach Saban announcing his retirement. What are your initial thoughts? I mean, I think everybody is going to remember where they were when Coach Saban announced his retirement from the University of Alabama, his great tenure at the University of Alabama. And I guess according to Chris Lowe, I told you, I knew it. I told you 1,000,000%. That Coach Saban would tell Chris Lowe of ESPN that he is retiring. So let me get up. I'm literally getting everything set up right now. Nick Saban to retire. Unbelievable. Are you shocked by this news? What's your official your initial thoughts about Coach Saban? Did you see it coming? Everybody inside the comment box, I'm kind of taken back myself, I'm going to open up the call line. I'm going to get the coaches on here too. Just monumental news today as Coach Saban has just informed the team that he will be retiring from the Alabama Crimson Tide. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Yeah, I'm speechless too. It's crazy. I mean, I kind of think that, was the writing on the wall? And what I mean by that is kind of looking at the fact that, he bought the home in Jupiter, Florida, right? I mean, was that the tail sign that we knew that possibly this was, the beginning of the end? I don't know. I mean, I felt that he would at least win another national championship, maybe two. I thought he would go on this pretty incredible run. And now today on January 10th, 2024, Coach Saban has informed the team that he will retire as the head football coach from the University of Alabama. Man, it's crazy. I don't know if Tuscaloosa will ever be the same. I don't know. Good luck trying to follow, Coach, right? I mean, my goodness, just crazy. I'm trying to figure out the thumbnails and everything like that on the back end. So just give me 1 second. And as soon as I get things all set up, I will carry on with the show. But you guys get inside the comment box. Let me know what you guys are thinking, your initial thoughts about Coach Saban retiring from the University of Alabama. Just crazy. What a world. What a time, right? 2024. Who would have thought, man? It's kind of hard to take in, right? Appreciate you guys being here. Bama Football on YouTube. Chris Lowe has just informed everybody that Coach Saban will be retiring. All right, give me 1 second. Whew, crazy. Wow. 17 seasons, man. Crazy. Just like that. All right. Call-in line is open at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to text the coaches. to get on board, get the full court press on. Yeah, Coach Saban retiring. Crazy. Unbelievable. One second. Everybody's texting me. Is it true? Yeah, it's true. Coach Saban to retire. Unbelievable. Man, crazy. Who are your first indications of who you think it's going to be? Crazy. Unreal. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh, man. Man, Coach Saban, man. The greatest of all time. Just trying to let it sit, you know? Trying to like even get my thoughts together. Bill Belichick, Lane Kiffin. Shit, man. Usually I have words to cover kind of ground on these type of events, you know. In this case, I'm not sure what to say. Yeah, crazy. You kind of always wondered, you know, where would you be? What would you be doing? When would it be? Was this the right time? What is he going to do? Where's he going to go? This is it. This is the run. Crazy. I was going to say hit the thumbs up, but shit, man. Oh, man. Crazy. We'll go to the phone lines. 708. Hey, welcome to the show. You're on with Kyle Henderson. Nick Saban set to retire, man. Your official thoughts, man.
Man, it hurt the heart. I've been watching him since when he was at Michigan State. It just really hurts. Like, I don't know how. I wish he could have gave us just one more year because I know it was a young group, man. I guess he just hurt him. How you feel about it?
It sucks, man. I think like I feel sad. Honestly, it's like because the way that I see Coach Saban is I see him kind of as a mentor for not only his team, his organization, but honestly myself too. I get a lot of strength from his messages. I get a lot of strength from his press conferences. I get a lot out of the way he carries himself as a man. I get a lot out of what he's done as a coach. And you know what? You know what really, really pisses me off? Is I think that the world of college football and this NIL and the transfer portal, I think he was just like, you know what? I'm out. Because it's no longer college football anymore, right?
Yeah, but he could have just gave us just one more, man. Just so much he could have just gave us. I think just what messed it up was just how he went out.
Yeah.
He could have just gave us one more, man, because I felt like we could have really won it. So, I'm just going to miss him, though. Just feel a little bit heartbroken. But I coach youth football myself, so he really just taught me a lot. I hope he can just still be around in some way, but it just really hurts right now. I feel a little bit sad and like a little bit heartbroken a little bit because I watched him for like about 12, 13 years.
I know, man. I know. And like the gravity of that this has, right? Like you're not losing a coach, like you're losing somebody who is like larger than life to the University of Alabama, to college football, to everything. It's really sad. It's like it's sad, man. It sucks. Hurts.
Yes, it does, man. Because you gotta think about it. He was at Michigan State, I believe, at LSU too, one point in time. So
yeah,
I think we just really need to just give him a big celebration, like a big to go party, man. It hurts. It hurts. It's kind of bigger than the championship right here.
Yeah.
I wonder who would be his successor though at Alabama, because they would really have to pick a really strong, like-minded guy. That'd be very hard to pick.
You know, and I think everybody wants, you know, Lane Kiffin just signed that contract. You can get in and out of contracts, whatever, but there's some dude out there about to take over the reins. Like, I mean, you can't fill those shoes. You can't. Like, you always want to be the guy after the guy. You don't want to be this next guy up to take over Saban. No, this is not fake. Like, this is happening.
Man, oh man, yeah. So yeah, this gonna be the talk of the spring right here. This gonna be the talk of the town.
Well,
because they gotta find somebody going into spring.
Crazy, man. All right, man. Call back later on. We're gonna be on for a while, so call back in a second, man. Yeah, no doubt, man. All right, see you.
All
right. 865, you're up. Let's do it. Hey, you're on with Kyle Henderson. Hey, Kyle. Your initial. Who am I on the line with, first of all? And welcome to the show.
Angel, Pigeon Forge.
Give me your thoughts, Angel.
Hello?
Give me your thoughts, man.
I'm very sad. I'm actually crying right now. I'm just feeling a lot of emotions right now, and it's sad to see him go. But I kind of knew in the back of my head one day this is going to happen. But I'm just very, very sad, man, because this was the year that we could have won. This will be his going away party, and we didn't execute, and this happens, you know. It's really sad because he did a lot for the University of Alabama, and he proved a lot of people wrong. And, you know, it's just very sad to see him go because I grew up with Nick Saban in this era of Alabama football, and it's really sad. I'm like 24, so I grew up around this, and it's really sad to see him go.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I can't wait to see what the future holds for Alabama football because he set the standard pretty high. And I'm hoping that someone can take over like Lane Kiffin or maybe Dabo Swinney, but or Pete Carroll maybe because he just got out of the NFL, and it's really sad to see Nick Saban, the greatest of all time, retire. It is what it is, but it's just sad, man.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
That's all I got for that.
Yeah, all right, man. Call back. I'll be on for a long time, man. Call back. I'm just gonna get everybody's thoughts in here. Catch up with you in a minute, Angel.
Thank you.
It's crazy. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Coach Saban has told the team that he's retiring. This is official. And, huge news for the world of college football today as Coach Saban, after 17 seasons, has called this is it for Coach. This is it for Coach. Crazy. I'm going to take your guys' calls. I want to hear your guys' initial take, and then we'll have the coaches on as well as we continue to break this down, try to digest it, right? Coach Saban out. Yeah, it is real. No, it's real. Sucks, man. All right, let's get in 256. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Welcome to the show, man.
This is Daryl from Huntsville.
Daryl, what's up, man? Give me your thoughts, man.
Well, I tell you, I'm shocked. I just had somebody text me. I was actually watching Echo on Hulu, and somebody texted me that Nick Saban's retiring. I started looking. And I started seeing. Went to Bleacher Report and looked on Bleacher Report. They confirmed it, and then I said, well, Kyle's got to be on. Let me look. I turned on the YouTube, and there you are. And I tell you, man, it's unbelievable. It's kind of I got two thoughts. I'm kind of worried about the stability of the program now, because there are a lot of people that are trying to poach the players with the transfer portal. Caleb, Georgia would be contacting Caleb Downs and the recruits that we just signed that went there because they wanted to be coached by Nick Saban. That puts us in a very precarious situation. And we're extremely vulnerable. I know Coach Saban probably thought about all that, but, hopefully there's no health problems or there's no type of fatigue problems. He just decided this was the best time to go, and I hope that's the case. But there's a lot of things that had to be put in place, and I heard somebody mention Lane Kiffin is Alabama. I can't see that. Lane Kiffin, no. I would rather see them stick out the olive branch and a olive branch with some money to get. I would like to see Sarkisian come back and coach Alabama. Because I think Sweeney, even though that's his alma mater, and I'm pretty sure there'll be some overtures out for him, I think he's so stuck on Clemson that he's pretty much has burned all of his ties at the University of Alabama that I understand. So I don't see them reaching out to him. But it's a situation, man. It's almost you're almost in chaos almost. Because you don't, I'm pretty sure he was ready to go, and again, he may be fatigued, he may be tired of it. He is 70 years old, 71, isn't he? 71?
Yes. I think he just turned 70. I think he just turned 72.
Okay. 72. Okay. Well, maybe, he's got grandkids, he's got other businesses, and so there may be a time when they just said, you know what, it's time to step out. But it definitely puts Alabama in a very precarious situation as far as their recruits, the recruiting class that they just brought in. I'm gonna use the word you use. It sucks.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, so there's when you have a legend like Coach Saban, I mean, wow. Somebody comes in and goes 8-9-4. they're gonna get run out. So it's a situation where you can't replace. You got to replace best with best. You can't go mediocre. You can't go. And to me, I just said I could be wrong. I don't see why Lane Kiffin's proven himself. I'm back on Lane Kiffin to be a great coach. He's an average coach to me. He was an average coach at USC. So he was an average coach at the one year that he was at Tennessee. So I don't see this Lane Kiffin. I don't see. In fact, I prefer not, because when I refer to Lane Kiffin, people always give him credit for this, and he gets a little too much credit for me. Number one, he's a product of his father, Monty Kiffin. That's how he got into coaching. That's how he got the job that he got as quick as he got, because when he coached the Raiders without any NFL experience, he got the head coaching job at the Raiders. One play defines who Lane Kiffin is. They attempted an 84-yard field goal. If you can believe that or not.
Yeah.
So I'm allowed to name Kiffin. Like I said, I would rather see them send out some overtures to Sarkisian. See what I know he just got to Texas, but that's who I was hoping would succeed. Would be like a coach in waiting. I understand why he took the job at Texas. Texas is a great job, a lot of money, but I'm pretty sure Alabama has some money also. So I would prefer to see him come back and coach the University of Alabama. That's about the only two coaches I can think of right now that's out there that I would even think about.
Yeah.
I'll put in a long shot. I was impressed with the guy at Washington. They just lost the national championship, but I was impressed with him. But other than that, I don't see anybody out there. You got anybody out there, Kyle?
I'm just trying to like digest this right now. This is
Yeah, I
crazy.
understand.
This is crazy. I mean, there's going to be, I mean, I initially think of like, some of the other guys that people have been talking about, but I'm just trying to,
I got you.
I'm just trying to digest
I
this.
understand.
I'm reading this text
I
message
understand.
too by Dan Lanning expected to be top target. Sources told the Action Network. That is Brett McMurphy saying that Dan Lanning of Oregon supposed to be the top target.
Yeah.
Daryl, let me get to some of
Yeah.
these other. Let me get to some of these other calls, and I got some of the coaches
right.
lined up. But I'm gonna be on like we're going heavy tonight, full court press. So call back, man.
All right.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, I got a 239 inside the call queue. So how the show's gonna work? I got the coaches on standby. I'm gonna take another call. I'm gonna get through the call. Then I'm gonna bring the coaches on. We're gonna talk with the coaches, and then we're gonna go back to the phone line. So. I mean, we're going to dive into this, but according to Brett McMurphy, one of the main targets right now is Dan Lanning. I mean, right out the gates. So that's what Brett McMurphy is saying. So let's just I think what we should do is take a couple calls, but let's digest this. Let's absorb this. Let's talk about Saban. We have plenty of time to talk about the next guy. We can't talk whatever you want. I'm just saying. This is crazy. All right, so I'm going to take a call, and then coaches, I got the coaches on standby. Give me a thumbs up, coaches, if you guys are ready to go. You guys, it looks like ready. All right, let me take one more call, and then we'll and if you're on the call line, call back, and I'll get you guys on. But it's 239. Let's do this, and then I'm going to go to the coaches. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Your thoughts about Coach Saban retiring. Go ahead, man.
All I can say is wow. Okay. It's a lot to take in right now. I wish that he probably should have or could have announced it during the season. Maybe give our guys a little extra fire, to kind of finish out the deal. But he also left us out with the number 2 recruiting class as it stands. Who knows what's going to happen as they, as the poachers come in. But let's think about what Saban kind of did for us. I know it's sad to see him go. Trust me, I'm very emotional right now. But he left us in a better spot than what he got it in. Anybody who's in a leadership position or, on a corporate level, the goal is to always leave. Whenever you leave, right, is to leave it in a better position than when you got into that job, and just think about what he's done for us. 8 SEC championships, 6 national titles. He has 180 plus, wins for us. I mean, I know it's a time to be sad, but it's also a time to just celebrate greatness while we had it. And I would say, going out, I would definitely say Dan Lanning or Sark would be my choice if I had a pick. But I guess we'll let the people that make a lot of money make those decisions.
Yeah, Greg
But
Byrne.
that's it, Kyle. I just wanted to
Talk
say
about
you're the GOAT, man.
No, I appreciate it, man. Call back, and if you're on the calling line, you just hang tight, or you guys will call back. I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks so much. I'll catch up with you tomorrow or later on tonight. Just keep calling in. I'll be here. We got work to do.
Yes, we do.
Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. Hey, fam, now's a perfect time to subscribe as well. I'm going to bring the coaches on. We got Smook in the house. We got Coach Sean. I'm going to line up the Brady Bunch style, see if I can get us all 4 on here, and keep the graphic as well. There's a little bit of static coming from one of our guys. Let's do an audio check real quick. Smook, how you doing?
Mike, check.
All right, you're good. Coach Jarek.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
A little soft. Coach Sean, mic check.
Mic check.
All right, cool. Smook, run point, man. Go ahead.
There is echo.
Okay, I got you. Thank you. Okay, I got you.
There we go.
Right now.
There we go.
No more echo. Okay. All right. Welcome to Bama Football on YouTube. Now's the time to hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. Coach Smook, Coach Jarek, Coach Sean, follow each of these guys providing great content for Bama Football on YouTube. Here to talk about the biggest news in the college football world, the biggest news in all of the world, that Coach Saban, after 17 seasons, is retiring. I'm going to take your calls later on tonight, but I brought the coaches on. We're doing Brady Bunch style. Smook, your official thoughts, man. Go ahead.
I mean, what right now, and I'm not mad by any means. It's just this is pure Saban doing it on his terms, how he want to do it, and catching all of the world who watches anything Alabama or Coach Saban just catching us by surprise once again, doing what he wants to do the way he wants to do it. I mean, you can tell by the way this season was going, man, that it felt like he was prepping for that last glory ride. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't think it would be after this season. You know, me as a fan and as the type of competitor I've watched Coach Saban be as a coach, on and off the field, when it comes to recruiting, when it comes to his relationships with his players, I think Coach Saban has really surprised us with this one, because you go out with a uncharacteristic loss to Michigan, a team, you know, we felt like they had a very good chance of beating. But me and Sean was talking about this yesterday. I was like, man, and literally this was yesterday or was that this morning when we was talking, bro, on the phone?
It was yesterday.
We was literally talking about this. I said, man, the way some of these moves that's happening, it makes me feel like Saban is kind of like letting his hands off the steering wheel a little bit to kind of transition. If he's going into a transition phase, it would be perfect for him to end it on a national championship, you know, with either Julian Sayers as his starter or something like that. They would have gave him 2 years like we kind of expected. But to go out like this, man, shouts out to Coach Saban, man. I'm not emotional like everybody else, but I am surprised. I am shocked to the core, man. I ain't gonna cry nothing like that because there's nothing to cry about.
Jared,
Most
go ahead, man.
successful dynasty forever, man. It's
Jared,
just
what's your reaction, Jared?
I'm just shocked. This threw me for a wrench, man. He's the greatest coach of all time, no debate about it. We can run through a list of his accomplishments. It can be literally a full book of just his accomplishments. I just didn't think he was going to go out like this. I agree with Coach Smook that it kind of seemed like really the last 3 years that he was kind of starting to back off a little bit. I didn't really see that much competitive fiery juice that I've seen over the last years. But I will say this from a coaching standpoint, as far as dealing with the X's and O's, this was probably his best coaching season. I know he didn't win a national title. I know a lot of fans will be disappointed by it, but he did a phenomenal job in terms of development. We've seen what bringing in Tyrese. We've seen the improvements that he was able to do. We've seen what Jalen Murrow was able to do. I just didn't think he was going to go out in a loss that, honestly, I'm just going to say it. They should have won this game. They should have won that game by 2 scores. And it wasn't Michigan's best game either, but we didn't take full advantage of their mistakes. And there's just no way that Nick Saban, I didn't think was going to go out like this. So I think my only question would be moving forward is, did the players know? Is that why, some of the players declared? Did our recruiting class know about this? Mm-hmm. That's kind of the only question that's going to go on, because
did Ryan Williams know about this?
Did he know about this? And is that the reason why he didn't sign that letter of intent? Because, it's a lot of questions, man, that we'll probably dive in and talk about. But man, it is this is not a good way to start off 24, man. But like Coach Smook said, Nick Saban is the greatest of all time. We knew that this was going to happen at some point, and now we got to go out and try to look for the next good coach.
Coach Sean, give me your thoughts, man.
I'll take the other side of it, guys. I've been feeling like this for like the last 2 or 3 years. I don't talk about it because, some fans are emotional about stuff like this. When I look at Coach Saban, dude look beat down to me, right? I'll take the other side of it. Coach Saban looked tired to me, man. Bags under his eyes. Very, he looks good for his age, obviously. But when you look at Coach Saban today and look at Coach Saban's pictures from just 6 years ago, that dude looked totally different to me. Hair looked totally different in the top. I think Coach Saban is retiring not only because of his age, right? But I really do believe college football today is a young man's game. Yeah. I believe that. I believe that with the NIL, with the recruiting calendar, the way it is, like, you have no life in college football no more. I know coaches that rather coach pro football than coach college football right now. So when you couple the changes of college football, the things that go on behind the scenes now, I mean, what can you say, man? But he's the greatest. I thank God for allowing us to have him for as long as we did, right? But for me, this door has been slightly open for me about the last 3 years now.
All right, let's go around the table. Hey, welcome to the show. If you're on the call line, you can bounce off the call line. We're gonna be here for a little bit with the coaches, and then I'm gonna have the call in show later, so you don't have to stick around on the call line. Don't worry. And I'll have 10 lines open, so we'll do a special 10 lines. So you guys, just if you're in the call queue, you don't have to stay on there the whole time. Um, if you're just joining us, yeah, Coach Saban is retiring. We're not tricking you. This is official. Appreciate the super chat supporting the coaches. Wookie, I see you, Gremlin. And yeah, it's monumental news. And whoever, there's some dude out there that's about to try to, I wouldn't, you can never fill the shoes of Coach Saban, but he's about to be next in line. People calling for D'Amico from Houston, what he's been able to do with the Texans. People calling for Lane Kiffin. Brett McMurphy saying that target number one is Dan Lanning. So there's a lot to dive into, but I want to do this right. I feel like before we just pop past Saban, let's go over some of our greatest moments of Coach Saban throughout his career. There's so many. I'll start on the bottom this time with you, Coach Sean. I mean, it doesn't have to be one particular moment, but what are you going to remember most about Coach Saban and some of the guys that he coached? And you look at, I mean, the NFL is now pretty much built by Bama. He is the college football commissioner. We do miss some of those rants. I mean, we saw a couple of them this year, but you're right, kind of did tell off this season. But kind of the best moments or whatever from you, Coach Sean.
For me, when I think about Coach Saban, the first thing that comes to my mind is that first championship against Texas. That speech he gave to the team would make his, quit.
Yeah.
They play it on the big screen. That's when Coach Saban was young and vibrant, didn't mind getting in your, in front of whoever. I think about that, man. I think about that first title. I think about the happiness we felt as Bama fans after so many down years, right? And I remember this line. This line will stick in my mind forever. This is not the end. This is just the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
That was what he said in the very beginning, man. That first A-Day when it was 90-something thousand people. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. And we went on a run like never before. So that's the number one thing that sticks out of my mind. Not recruits, not wins. That first championship after so many down years. That walk with him and the guys coming down that tunnel on the big screen and that line. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. And it was just the beginning to a great run.
Coach Jared.
One of my favorite moments was definitely that first national championship. And like I said, I'm not a person that was born in the state of Alabama. I didn't really, for the most part, go to the University of Alabama. My godmother, shout out to Valerie, she got me into the supporting the program. I remember my first game, 2005 Tennessee game. And ever since then, I've been watching ever since. But 2000, I come from a city of losers. I'm just gonna point it blank and period, right? My Buffalo Bills, my Sabres, we're losers. We don't really win a lot. So so the fact that seeing the process and actually seeing a team win a championship was the greatest achievement as far as me supporting a team I have ever seen in my life. And I still got my national championship after 2009. I still got the Marcel Darius jersey, even though we don't got the name on it, but I still got the Marcel Darius jersey. It's one of the most proudest moments of my life. So seeing what Nick Saban has been able to do for my life and what Nick Saban has been doing for a lot of you guys in the comment section for their lives, how he's been able to inspire, the amount of coaching carousels that he's been able to do has been insane. The amount of conventions. This dude, man, is one of a kind, and he was able to really build a dynasty that honestly we haven't seen in the sport of college football since Princeton in the 1800s to early 1900s. There's no other college football program that's even come close to this. We're talking about college sports. Yeah, you can talk about modern day with Connecticut. You can talk about UCLA in the 60s to the 70s. But college football, it is unheard of, man. And in a sport where if you lose once, you are done. And that includes the regular season. That includes doing it in the poll era, doing it in the poll era, the BCS era. AP coaches pool and now the BCS ranking and now the college football playoff rankings, and to do it and to dominate in the toughest conference out of all of them. The toughest conference out of all of them is absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane what he was able to accomplish. So greatest college football coach of all time, arguably the greatest coach maybe ever. I think that's a debate. But it's just, yeah, it was great. It was great having Nick Saban here for 17 years. I wish it could have been a little bit longer. But Nick Saban, man, definitely the greatest coach of all time.
Coach Smook, man, your take.
Kyle, my most memorable moment is probably that ULM loss, man. In 2007, that was I was coming off of my junior year of high school, getting ready to become a senior. I had missed my whole junior year, but I knew I was playing receiver my senior year, so I was watching a lot of Bama games leading up year before and leading up. Coach Saban was coming in, all the hype behind Coach Saban. But I remember that ULM game, Nikita Stover and I think Matt Cadell had a pretty good game too, but we ended up losing to ULM. And I just remember, that energy that they came off the field on, the look of disappointment that the team had, and Coach Saban, like Sean said, he always just had this innate ability to get you to buy into this concept of his mindset. And I mean, even in interviews, man, like watching Coach Saban interviews it's like you kind of take a different approach on how you approach people. He wasn't just a great football coach. This man had a mindset that only very few people can obtain, and even people like the likes of greats even commend Coach Saban that don't play football. When Kobe Bryant gave Coach Saban his props, when they got Kobe in there to talk to the players that's preseason, man, it was one of those things where I was like, man, Coach Saban really got some reach to get, real guys in there, real winners. And that's what he surrounded his players with. But if I had to pick one particular moment, man, my most memorable moment was when they hit Coach Saban in the head with that Gatorade jug, man, with that first daddy, with that red Gatorade, man. And the look that he gave, man, it was like, don't play with Coach Saban. And I remember Earl and all those guys laughing about it. And, Earl coming back home and talking about it, man, and talking about how he was talking trash in the locker room after the game about, next time we do it, make sure we got some guys strong enough to hold the actual jug and all these type of things. So it's those type of funny things and those type of memories. And I'm like, Sean, man, I don't think about all the losses or the wins. It's like moments where you just remember that you could tell that he was more than a coach. And man, I'm shook now that it's processing. Like now that we're sitting here and we're talking about it, even after my initial statement, I'm just looking at trying to pull up stats and rosters and all this, and I'm like, man, he's really been there since I was a teenager.
Hey, Smook, if you could pull up the stats, like on the background, so you could talk about the stats, kind of, and maybe even go to just some of all his accomplishments, so we can go back to you on that, so you can wrap on that. You know what? As I kind of look back on this season, for whatever reason, like one of my abilities, I have, I kind of have a good sense of what is going on, like a good feel, right? Like almost like I can see things going on. And now that I look back on it, Coach Saban, remember when he ran a couple times and thanked the student body? He went out of his way several times to go out and do things that he hadn't done before. There was a lot of times where he stopped the press conference, like at the end, and he was like, hey, I just really want to thank the students, the fans, and everybody. Like he did that every single time at Bryant-Denny Stadium. He'd never done that before. Never. And that one time where he was running across the field, he was running to the locker room, and then he stopped, and then he beelined to the student body. I think that was foreshadowing 1,000,000% about what's happening right now. And that's him retiring. Where does Alabama go from here? I want to get your guys' take on, Greg Byrne's job. And who knows, sometimes in a situation like this, not like Saban just hit the parachute button and bounced out, but I guarantee you, as soon as Kevin Steele was having breakfast with Saban the other day and was like, oh, you retiring? I'm retiring first. I'm out of here. He jumped out the plane.
Yeah.
But it sounded like he was going to leave anyways. Matt is saying leave Dan Lanning alone. All right. Who do you think is kind of, give me just two targets. If you're Greg Byrne right now, maybe three if you want to. Who are you calling? Coach Sean, go ahead.
For me, obviously Dan Lanning being a young head coach who's been in the SEC. I don't want a coach that has not been in the SEC. I just don't. The recruiting is different here. The in other conferences they have gentlemen's agreements to where you can't recruit each other's players. No, give me somebody that's been in this conference. So it's Dan Lanning for me. It's Lane Kiffin for me. D'Amico is not leaving the Texans to come beg college kids to come play for him. I promise you he's not. For me, it's Dan Lanning, it's Lane Kiffin. Sark is Texas can match dollar for dollar times 2. He's not leaving. So to me, those are the only 2 surefire choices that I can think of right off the top. Kiffin is a good coach to me. I mean, I heard people Kiffin is a good coach. People got to understand Ole Miss does not have the amount of talent that Alabama does. And to see what this young man has done at Ole Miss with that alumni, with those players, Lane loves Alabama. I like Lane. He's a young guy. He's active on social media. Give me Lane Kiffin. Give me Dan Lanning. And to me, those are the only 2 surefire guys at the moment, to me.
Coach Jarek, who you got, man? Who are your targets? Give me 2 or 3.
I want the ball for Washington. I want Dan Lanning. I think another third one. This is just the third one for me. I want Sherrod Moore for Michigan. Either Sherrod Moore or Jesse Mentor. One of those coaches from Michigan. Number one for Michigan. Mentor honestly would be my top option because I love that Raven scheme. He's a very, very young coach. He actually does have some ties here as far as recruiting sometimes in the South. But I love the way how Michigan was able to play defense, establish physicality. And can you imagine Alabama playing in pretty much the Baltimore Ravens defensive scheme, knowing the amount of talent that we kind of have here? I think it would be absolutely nuts. Sherrod Moore, I was able to see, knowing from what we heard from Michigan players, I mean, the dude coached without Jim Harbaugh, and Michigan was skipping without a beat. So that tells me that the players, that tells me that the community for Michigan has a lot of respect from him, and that goes to show you, man, where you have a lot of Michigan alumni and a lot of people that still view Sherrod Moore in a very, very high light. And I love his offensive scheme. I love the pen and pull system. I love the physicality and overall the depth and development on their offensive line that he was able to kind of present to the table. So I think Sherrod Moore would be a solid, another kind of guy that I would consider. But obviously, I think if we're talking about the top options, Dan Lanning and then DeBoer. I mean, what DeBoer has done with Washington is absolutely nuts. Washington he's made Washington the top premier recruiting program in the West Coast. That is not hard to do when you have to compete with Oregon and USC, especially when you're battling for Southern Cali kids. So the fact that what he was able to do there, especially of the quarterbacks that he was able to get from the portal and develop, because Michael Penix wasn't fully developed, and he was able to kind of take that next step, take it to the next level. Now, Dan Lanning was kind of a very similar situation because he found an offensive and defensive approach and went ahead and did really, really good with Oregon. But the president was set with Mario Cristobal. Mario Cristobal, a lot of those players that were there at Oregon are still Mario Cristobal's players that he was able to go ahead and recruit. Dan Lanning, of course, took full advantage of those players. And, of course, Dan Lanning can also recruit at a high level, and he pretty much stacked up a lot of the talent. But, I mean, let's not get it twisted. Mario Cristobal had a pretty big influence of how Oregon's style and how their philosophy changed. And then Dan Lanning pretty much added on top of that. So those would just be my candidates. But whoever coaches at the University of Alabama, I mean, Alabama is the hottest coaching job in college football without a doubt. Maybe the hottest job in football right now. And I agree, Coach. Sean. DeMeco Ryans is not leaving Houston.
No,
I've said this since we let Tosh Lapointe go. DeMeco Ryans should have been the defensive coordinator, because if a situation like this happened now, I can guarantee you that DeMeco Ryans will be the head coach right now. It wouldn't be a question. He should have been the defensive coordinator instead of taking. We should have offered him the job, and instead, the San Francisco 49ers offered him the defensive coordinator job before we did, and look what he's been able to accomplish now. So that's why I'm seething right now, because I'm like, damn, we really could have had DeMeco Ryans in this program, and he's with them now. And then of course I'm seeing this in the chat. Kirby Smart's not leaving Georgia.
No,
he's already established his program. He's an alumnus of that program. He's not leaving. So yeah, but those would be my top coaching candidates.
Yeah.
Hey, Smook, read off just some stats, just some general stats that Saban has accomplished here at the University of Alabama before I give you mine, because I have some looming questions that I need to ask that are on my mind as Coach Saban, exits out to retirement. So go ahead, Smook, just read them out. And thank you for the super chat, Daniel. I see you. Appreciate you, man. He's asking for Kirby Smart. I don't think that's going to happen. We appreciate the $2 super chat, though. Smook, go ahead.
Main thing is right now, currently 201-29 as the head coach at Alabama. 200 wins and 29 losses. Man, go look at Jimbo Fisher's record at Florida State. You get what I'm saying? Like, look at some of these long tenured coaches that have been at universities for 4 or 5 years. So that's the first thing to consider. And then Coach Saban set the cap for highest paid college coaches 4 times during his tenure at Alabama. So not only was he proving himself value, but he was creating value for the university in itself. Alabama's revenue from 1998 to 2006, before Coach Saban, they were only bringing in an average of like 2.3 million or some crazy junk like that, just the football program. Coach Saban has that up to almost 28 million, just the football program alone. You know, as far as what the program is bringing in worth, you know, all his networks, connectivities, they got sponsored. When Coach Saban got on, the Nike sponsorship came. So those are big things that Coach Saban was one of the first coaches to come into the SEC and demand full control of the program and actually get it. You get what I'm saying? He started at LSU, and then he left to Miami. But when he got to Alabama, he knew what he needed, and he brought that in. I mean, since 2007 when he's got here, I already read off the record. He's only had one losing record season, and to be fair, the seventh loss came in the bowl game. I think we lost that bowl game that year if I was reading that correctly. But guys, I mean, you don't get a more illustrious career like that. 15 years at one university. You don't get that in college football. Man, it's unheard of to do what he did. Like Kirby Smart is on the way, you know, to be 42-2 in the last 2 years, or 40-2 in the last 2 years, something like that. But he has a long way to go to even begin to scratch the surface of what Saban has done. You did the back-to-back, Saban did that. Now you got to go another 12 years of being in that running, you know, top 3, top 2, most top 5 AP finishes in a coaching tenure over 5 years. I mean, you got teams that was like Nebraska and them that were back in the day that coaches weren't staying there to stay for that type of streak. So it's a lot of things you could put. The list of accolades just keeps going on. That's why I'm scrolling. I didn't get time. I wasn't prepared to do this, Kyle. I don't think anybody was prepared to talk about this today.
No, I wasn't. You know what? No, you know what I was doing? I was next door in my little girl's room. I was about to mount a TV. I just, you know, your first bracket that you put on the back of the TV, I mounted, man, if you need your TV mounted, call up Kyle Henderson, the Bama football on YouTube. I'll mount your TV, I promise you.
Can I say this, Kyle, real quick?
Yeah.
I don't think Alabama's going to hire a coach that doesn't have head coaching experience. I don't think at the level of this program, I don't care if he's a hot assistant, just my humble opinion, I don't think Alabama's going to hire a coordinator that's never been a head coach before. I just really don't believe that. It would shock me if they did.
And that's why I was saying I was going to coincide with the Dan Lannon hire. Like he's not tied to Oregon right now. You know, he's only been there. This will be his 4th year. This will be his 4th year coming up if he was to stay.
And he's been at Bama. Facts.
He's been at Bama before. I mean, he has Southern ties, deep Southern ties, especially from his time at Georgia. Just imagine the amount of recruiting battles where he was literally in the same facilities as Alabama position coaches while he was at Georgia. You know, he was in a lesser role while he was at Bama, but he's a proven coach.
First of all, I got a tweet on here. Our boy Marquise Mays on Twitter. Read it out. You can follow him at MaysBoy4. One thing I know for sure, he isn't leaving the program in a bad space. That's just the type of man he is. I'm sure his staff and everybody was prepared for this. Somebody already in place to be the coach. I already know who we got, but I can't tell you just yet. Marquise Mays, he said some things.
Never mind.
Shout out for.
So, look, I agree with the first part. I think that Coach Saban didn't just wake up today and had a Twinkie and was just like, all right, I'm a little Debbie, right? And then just bounced out.
Yeah.
Like
right.
He's 1,000,000% he's not doing that. I think that Coach Saban has thought a lot about the program and the program going forward. I'm sure he talked with all of his staff and, you know, the entire roster. But my biggest question is this. what happens to the current roster that the players are in place? Because when a coach does leave, now you are allotted more time to hit the transfer portal. Which players are going to leave? How is it going to affect the program going forward in terms of recruiting? How is it going to affect a big time target like Ryan Williams, right? How is it going to affect guys that are currently on the roster? That's kind of my biggest question before you start looking at the next coach in line. Like, what's going to happen to the actual team here? And the thing about it is Coach Saban, what he's done to the coaches in the SEC is these coaches have been processed, right? Look at all these guys that have come to Alabama or that have come into the SEC, and they like, what is the shelf life for some of these coaches, right? It's quick because everybody is. I mean, can you imagine the next guy like Dan Lanning? Look, welcome to Alabama. Make the playoffs or you're fired. Win a national championship or you're gone. Like, that's the standard. People's standards here, like if you don't make the playoffs, if you don't win a national title here, can you imagine the first guy that doesn't even make I mean, of course you're going to make the playoffs. It's 12 teams. Can you imagine the pressure that this next dude's going to have? And you're going to have pressure at the highest level, but my goodness, you never want to be the next guy to replace Saban. I wouldn't. You want to be the guy after that guy, right? Because this first guy, oh my goodness. Yeah, and that is true. LSU did pick up Bo Davis today. I thought that was a huge pickup.
Yeah.
But I'm just kind of thinking about like what is going to currently happen. Look, I think that if you look, just give it to Lane Kiffin. And I think he is the guy that has been calling for the job. He has been I think he knew all season long. There isn't a tweet that goes out that isn't about Coach Saban. Remember the tweet that he had before Ole Miss? He was like, man, I'm really going to miss this moment. And it was kind of like two ways because Alabama and Ole Miss aren't playing, but he already knew. I think that Coach Saban already told Lane Kiffin before the season or at some point that he was going to retire. Because Lane was basically telling you the whole thing. He was. I'm not making this up. Go back and read the tweets. Those are the receipts. So I think that, there's going to be a lot of people calling for Dan Lanning. And I'm sure that Phil Knight at Oregon talk about a big checkbook, right? He can do whatever he wants. And I'm sure he wants to keep someone at Oregon like Dan Lanning, who's on fire. But I think Lane Kiffin is like, he's there. I think he's outgrown Ole Miss. I think most importantly, like if he comes in, people have been begging for Lane Kiffin to be the guy. I think offensively and schematically, it makes sense for the college level for him to come in and start. Can you imagine Jalen Milroe under Lane Kiffin? Can you imagine any of the quarterbacks under Lane Kiffin? I think that'd be really exciting. Then, that's kind of my first pick is Lane Kiffin. Yeah. I think, I don't know if he's going to be the guy, but I think that is a better choice than Dan Lanning, to be honest. Yeah. But Dan Lanning seems like a good guy to be after the guy. And then you see how he can do. But you're never going to get Steve Sarkisian again. I mean, Texas would be like this. All right, how about this? We're going to, and Texas is so crazy and they have so much money. They're going to be like, we're going to give you $100 billion.
Yep.
Seriously,
11-year contract for $100 billion.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, how about this? $1 billion. You know, who knows what they'll do? People calling for I think Brad is calling for Butch Jones. I don't think it's gonna be Butch Jones as the next coach here at Bama.
real quick, Kyle, before y'all pass it on to you, Sean, Jay. What about y'all remember earlier when we were talking about how college football coach, and I said this to Sean yesterday. This is a statement I want to remember. I had to go back to the text messages to kind of get back rounded to it. But I said, y'all remember it was day and time, probably like Sean said, about 6-7 years ago, where Coach Saban always seemed to be like 2 steps ahead in college football. When NIL came into discussion, when transfer portal, the way that they were going to allow it to be utilized, when that came into question, you saw Saban starting to take more of a political approach to how he addressed these issues, more so than taking the normal approach. And everybody was saying he was getting soft. The more I keep thinking back to a lot of statements and things he was saying, I think now college football isn't surpassed Coach Saban. I think Coach Saban has finally got to the point as a winner when you know you've reached your point. You don't keep fighting against the grain of trying to do something that's like me at 33. I know I can't get out there and take off a step past the free throw line no more. I'll be a fool to go out there and try to mess around, go out there and tear up every piece of hamstring I got and calf, quad, whatever. But I think Coach Saban is settled with his decision because he's literally still to this day talking about NIL, how it's going to affect college football, talking about transfer portal. He's still doing that. So it's just about when you do it like that, like Michael Jordan walked away when he wanted to, came back when he wanted to, walked away again.
Chat, do me a favor. I'm making out a list right now of why I feel that Coach Saban retired. My number one, Smook just said it. Name, image, and likeness. We're no longer in the space of college. We're now in pro.
He didn't never want to be a pro.
Transfer portal, right? I think that as well. In chat, I'm asking you, why do you think that Saban retired? Post inside the chat. All right, go ahead. What else you got, Jarek?
No, I was going to say this about Lane Kiffin. Here's the problem with Lane Kiffin. He just got an overhaul in the transfer portal. He just got Princely. He just got Tyler Barron. He just got Walter Dolan. He got all these players from the portal that are 5-star caliber. So I mean, it's a big possibility leads, but what happens to those players because they just went there for Lane Kiffin? So it's like it's tricky about Lane Kiffin. It's really tricky, man. Definitely when it comes to him. Dan Lanning is a little fresh. I mean, he just got Dylan Gabriel. If Dan Lanning comes to Alabama, then what happens? I mean, Dylan Gabriel came to the portal again. They're gonna have to find somebody else. So it's like this is a very tricky situation. It's very tricky because like you guys said, with portal, with name, image, and likeness, these guys put in the time to get these players using those tools to their advantage, and now they're just going to abandon it and completely start over. Because here's the thing about it: what's happening with this coaching staff? What's going? I mean, like I said, Wiggins left, Kevin Steele left.
T-Rob next. I'm telling you.
I mean, and that's a name. That's a name right there. That if there's probably somebody that's going to be that's going to be really set at a successor, right? Of course, all these established guys that are head coaches, the one person that you probably will set up is T-Rob.
Yep,
that's the one coach that we have not talked about. That we think is going to be in prime position, because there is no way in hell that all these coaches are leaving and you don't expect that, and you don't expect these coaches. And my phone is blowing up. I apologize. It is blowing up right now.
Good.
You good?
Let me say this.
Go ahead.
Oh, my bad, Jared. Was you done? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. What I wanted to say is, like I said before, guys, this does not shock me at the moment because Coach Smook know, Coach Jared know, we all been a part of this college stuff. I talk to high school kids. Right now, I had to do a symposium with a couple of my other coaches here on NIL. I understand it. I read it. I read the bylaws of the collectives. I understand it, and it's totally different. I cannot explain to the normal fan what go into recruiting now with the calendar, with the dates, with the NIL, with the collectives who supposedly run the NIL. These kids can leave pretty much whenever they want. Yep. College football is a mass mess right now. I'm telling you, it is. It is no guardrails on this thing. Coach Saban came into this game when football was football. You recruit the kid, he comes to your university, he busts his he gets on the field, plays. They rarely transferred, and if they did, it was very few and far between, right? And if you did transfer, it was one time, right? You're in a day and age where kids can practically get mad at you and leave whenever they want. We've built these kids up for 2 or 3 years only for them to go somewhere else and ball out somewhere else. College football right now is, I'm telling you guys, and what's happening is with these high school players is they see the money. I just was at James Clemens 2 weeks ago. Kids working out. All they talk about, all these kids, especially the ones who have scholarships, all they talk about is money, is the money. And as fans, we can't get mad at the kid. You know why we can't get mad at the kid? Who sets the precedents for this kid, these kids, this selfishness that's kicking in? Who sets the precedents? We do as adults. You have conference. USC is in the Big Ten, guys. And guess why? Money, TV contracts. College football is money now. I can remember a day and age when college football didn't have the you-know-whats to go up against the pros. Well, guess what next year? The bowl games are going to be on the same time pro football's on. You know why? College football is a business now. Everything that's happening, guys, is not about love for the game anymore. It's about who can give me the best results in my pocket, who can set me up for it, right? It has changed. And as far as my last quote about Lane Kiffin and Dan Lanning, somebody said Kiffin hadn't faced Bama pressure. Kiffin coached in the NFL. There is no bigger pressure than the NFL. Bama, Ohio State pressure combined is not like the NFL, brother. Trust me. The NFL is a whole nother level of beast when it comes to fans, negativity. That man coached in that league. I assure you he can handle anything college has to throw at him, even fans. I like Lane Kiffin. I like the fact that what he did at Ole Miss with significantly less talent. I like his scheme. I like the fact that he's a younger guy. I think Lane can win here. I really do. Dan Lanning is a defensive guy, right? I like an offensive guy in this day and age with that can hire some good people like a T-Rob, keep him on staff and make him the defensive coordinator. I like Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin has a respect for Alabama, right? And I do believe Alabama will be in touch with him.
Hey, the reason why I'm leaning towards, and I saw somebody else put a Mike Locksley in there. My thing is with Mike Locksley, you don't have a most of your successful head coaches right now are defensive, minded, defensive centric coaches. Dan Lanning at Oregon. The reason why Oregon looked so much better this year, they were able to adjust their defense. You started seeing the changes he was making on defense 2 years ago when he first got there. That first year, it didn't look like they were going to have such a struggle like year. And then wait, this will be Lanning's third season if he comes back this year, right? Go back to Oregon. Somebody fact check me real quick.
This is third season.
This will be his third season.
Yes, yep.
So, okay. So you get what I'm saying? Like to see the turnaround in Oregon's defense in the past 2 years. You get what I'm saying? That's the type of thing you just imagine if he had defensive talent like at Alabama, the type of caliber players you get at Alabama with a guy like T-Rob that's already there who deserves, like we were talking about, who deserves that defensive coordinator promotion. You get a guy like Lanning in there, you go and find you a up-and-coming wide receiver coach with some buzz. Now this is your chance to kind of reset that staff. From what I'm hearing, Robert Ballard is being looked at because of his Alabama stamp of approval. T-Rob is going to be a high commodity if he doesn't get this defensive coordinator position, man. Yep. I mean, yeah, already is. But like you talking about, people are going to throw the kitchen sink at what this guy has been able to do over his span as a coach. I saw somebody attacking his time as a defensive coordinator at South Carolina, but you got to remember he did that with 7 starters down his first year. 7 starters. That was the highlight of that season of why they were so successful and they was able to end the season with a winning record. That defense was the steadiness of that team. Now they followed up with some bad, subpar years, but it wasn't because of the defense every year. You had 1 year you didn't even have a freaking quarterback lining up back there, and your star running back while he was there, Mr. Lattimore ends up going out. It's hard to recruit at South Carolina. Recruit in the SEC at South Carolina. You got to lock down home base. You got to try to sneak into North Carolina. You got to sneak over to Kentucky, Tennessee, and get a few guys. You might get some up in Virginia. But, I think if we was to go and do something crazy, I would hire in-house. I'll let either T-Rob or don't forget Charlie Strong is still up in that booth as an analyst. He knows how to take a hit for some people. He went to Texas and took that massive, that hit. He was severely undervalued at Texas and wasn't given much to work with. But I'm not saying Charlie Strong is a candidate. I'm just saying, as far as a morale thing, as far as a momentum thing, forward progression, trying to keep things together, because a guy like Coach Saban leave your program, that's not everyday happening. That's not Jimbo Fisher leaving. That's not, that's not subpar. That's greatness. You're trying to replace greatness, and it's not going to happen overnight, man. It's going to be one of those things. I really feel like and yeah, Blake Morton. I was going to say that too. Dabo is not the answer. First of all, he's just now buying into the whole idea of hitting the transfer portal to get players. Dabo is not a great recruiter. What's the defensive coordinator that just went to Oklahoma? He's the head coach at Oklahoma now.
Brent Venables. When
Venables was there, he handled majority of the recruiting. Brett Venables was the reason why Justin Ross didn't go to Alabama. Brett Venables, a defensive coordinator at the time, goes and talks to a wide receiver in Phoenix City, Alabama, to get him to commit to Clemson. Justin grew up an Alabama fan. So you know what I'm saying? It wasn't ever Dabo. It was the staff he had around him. And you see what's happened since those guys left. When Venables left and took those 2 staffers with him, and then the offensive coordinator guy, I think he's like the quarterback coach or something, a passing game coordinator left too. It's you see how long it took for them
Most
to get
part.
stabilized. So
They still are trying to get stabilized. That's the crazy part. They're still trying to get stabilized. Look at recruiting right now. This is the most 3-star they've gotten since I want to say since 2017, 2016.
shoot, probably before that, bro, because you remember even 2012, they was trending upward. 2013, they were trending upward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're just they're not the same program. And now he's started after denying NIL and denying transfer portal and trying to go the traditional route. He's falling apart. And the crazy part is the 2021, 22, and I think 23 were his best recruiting classes.
Yeah.
Because he had a recruiting staff, but he never had coaches that could really develop the elite talent. And 2018, 2019, right? Those classes where it was like top 12, borderline top 10 classes. Yeah, he had his 3-star guys, but he did have a mixture of 5-star guys. He had specific things where he wanted to recruit, right? Brent Venables handled the trench warfare. So his defensive lines were always notorious, right? Those Austin Bryants, those Shaq Lawsons, the other Bryant, Christian Wilkins, the Dexter Lawrences, even now with Peter Woods, Brian Brissy, and Miles Murphy. A lot of those things that's Brent Venables. That's all him. And for the most part, guys, and now you're starting to see that since he's gone, the trenches have not been the most stable part. It's not been the best part on both sides of the ball. So listen, to me, he's not candidate number one for me. I think number one is that this is a guy that's failing to adapt to the times. He's now just starting to really do that. I don't want a coach that is failing to adapt. I don't think that's the right candidate.
Facts.
For me, I want a younger guy that is impressionable among the kids, that pretty much that understands it, that understands that, again, that understands the recruiting region. And that for the most part, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you, an offensive minded coach, I think would be good. But I think, again, it's like if Lane Kiffin comes, does he take Jackson Dark with him? And all of a sudden we have another issue where who's going to be the quarterback? What's going to like this?
Hey, I don't think he worried about Jackson. The way he pushed for Julian Saying, while Saying was fully committed to Bama, this to me, honestly, if you look at Kiffin's I forget the tweet he put out with his primary, not primary targets, but he was like, this my guy here, this my guy. We have 2 of those guys. Ryan Williams was one who hasn't signed yet, but Coach Kiffin loved Ryan Williams. And we got Julian Saying. If you want to see Kiffin go to work, because you remember Kiffin didn't even get to stay to really recruit at Bama. He was only at Bama for 3 seasons before he left, wasn't it? Wasn't it only 3 seasons, or was it 2? It was 3 seasons.
3 seasons, yeah, because he was sort of like an analyst the first one.
The first season, get what I'm saying? So he doesn't even. We have yet to even see what Lane Kiffin can do when he has a recruiting class at Alabama. When he has his recruits at Alabama, we saw him help get recruiting, but we didn't get to see him with 2 of the full year he was starting. You know what I'm saying? We didn't get to see that from Lane. So my thing is, you get a guy like Lane with Julian Saying, Ryan Williams, all that offensive power you got coming, Justice Haynes in the backfield. I mean, I don't think it's this year. I think we go through a year of a patch higher right now because, but then at the same time, like Metallica said at the beginning, earlier in the show, shouts out to you, man. I ain't seen you in a minute. Welcome back to the chat. What I say ain't seen you in a while, but Saban doesn't make this move and like Jimbo did and leave, programs in shambles. I think he cares so much about his legacy and letting things be steady, continue to make things steady, that there's somebody already in the working, like Marquise May said, man, if it's not Dan Lennon, I would not be surprised if it's Lane Kiffin. He loves to feed to the media, man. And the offer he just made from the Ole Miss, didn't he just get like an extension or something at Ole Miss?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, man.
Let me say this. Shout out to my boy Nate Dog Netterville. Let me say this real quick. Coach Saban is a very strategic guy, right? We all know this guy doesn't do anything without purpose, right? So I do believe what Coach Mook just said. I do believe that they already have their guy that they want in mind, of course. Obviously, there hadn't been any tampering, but you better believe agents talk to other agents, right? And let me say this, as far as the people in the chat saying Mike Vrabel and all these NFL guys, listen, if you don't believe nothing I tell you, believe me when I tell you college football is a completely different landscape than pro football. Coach Jared can tell you the best. He a huge Buffalo fan. What's up, Alex? My homeboy Alex Baheen in the chat. It's my brother right there.
Oh yeah.
Man,
I talked to Brian Dable Brian Dable, man, even told me like
they don't want
to. Man,
college football.
Was a different beast.
Jared, college football is recruiting. It's pretty much, and I'm gonna be blunt when I say this without using bad profanity. You are kissing these kids. You know what? You pretty
especially
much
now.
Especially now, you are begging these young men to come in and play for you, right? It's a lot of pro coaches that don't want to do that, guys. They're established pro coaches. They don't want to come down to the college level to be at the apparel of these kids, right? College coaches and pro coaches just have different DNA, guys. So I don't think any of those guys will be stepping back to Alabama to go big, kid. Every year I can remember with Tennessee, every time Tennessee got a coach, it was always what's the Chucky guy? John Gruden. John Gruden's coming to Tennessee. Man, these pro guys who've had success at the pro level do not want any parts of going back to college, begging college kids to come play for them. Your future resides in the 18 to 21-year-old kid, and they just not into that, guys, unfortunately. But I do see Lane Kiffin. I do see Dan Lanning. Take your pick.
Hey, one thing I can't lie, and I'm looking at the comments right now. One thing I am going to enjoy, I like to see some of y'all unravel and just say crazy stuff. Like somebody said, Saban is just a quitter to me. What? And then they turned around and said, do you think he was overrated? Do you think Saban was a fraud? Somebody said something about Saban being a fraud. Then somebody else was like, Kirby Smart is definitely the next guy. But I don't think y'all understand how this coaching thing works
Exactly.
at the college level. And some of you probably think it's still like it was 15 years ago, and it's not.
Nowhere near it. Facts.
All your successful coaches are between the age of 35, 40 and 52 right now. And they're hitting those strides because they were around during the old school and they've been able to stay connected to this generation now, my generation, that 90s generation that's coming into coaching and coming into these spots now, with a more mature mindset, but with the nuances of the game and how it's changing and how it's evolving. You're not going to get that with a Jeremy Pruitt mindset defensive coordinator at head coach. You're not going to get that. Now somebody with Dan Lanning who can hire an offensive coordinator that he don't even have to touch the offense or govern what happens over there, just be a manager. That's the type of coach you want coming in for this transition. Or Lane Kiffin, who's going to hire a well-known or well-established defensive coordinator that can go and handle the defense on his own. So all he has to do is manage offense and implement, kind of overshadow offense, kind of like what Saban did with the defense over his tenure here. So all these other names, Mike Loxley, no, he's not going to come back and be the head coach. That it's a reason why he was replaced as the OC.
No, Deion Sanders.
He's not coming.
I've seen that so many, especially because his sons are literally at Colorado. They can't go anywhere. They're staying.
He's not coming to Bama, man.
He's not coming. He's not coming to Bama. That's out.
But we do need one of those coaches that's early 40s, that's got that had a life. Like Tommy Reese, I would not like that, and it's not saying that he's a candidate, but Tommy Reese is 2 years younger than me. He ain't even got a real credit score yet. You get what I'm saying? Like his junk just getting established. So I want somebody that has an established identity and we rock with it, whether it's an offensive identity, a great offensive mind, or a sound defensive minded head coach. And you get them in, you kind of get the same thing you got with Saban. You let them fill it out for the first year. But the best thing about this next coach coming in, and we're going to talk about this later on, recruiting and how it's going to affect the transfer portal and all that. The best thing about the next coach coming in, even if you have 12 guys hit the portal this year, you still got 5-stars spread out all across this doggone Alabama roster on both sides of the ball. Bunch of guys are getting overlooked, whatever it is. It's hard for me to believe that this dismantles the progression of what these players are coming. And I don't think a lot of these players had an idea that Saban was going to retire, but I think they're committed more to the legacy than Coach Saban himself. His ability to prove what he's been able to set up at Alabama for the guys that's been there, that's been going through this process for the last 3 or 4 years as far as recruiting. Go ahead, guys.
It's going to be interesting, yeah, because just real quick, Coach Sean, the
No,
portal
go
does
ahead,
open. Yeah, the portal does open up, and you get 30 days. These players got 30 days to see if they can enter it or not. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see who's truly committed to the program, who's truly committed to the legacy. We'll see who leaves. We'll see who stays. I'm just very, very curious. Did these players know? Did they know this? Did this recruiting class know? I'm very curious to see if they kind of found out on the low that, hey, this is kind of my last year, kind of taking over. It'll be interesting because if especially the players that did come back, if they did know that Saban was going to be gone, and maybe they had an idea who was going to be that next man up. Maybe in a way like this could really be a good thing because these players are already prepared, and the players that maybe had an idea of maybe staying if Nick Saban was still here, but they decided to declare, compared to the guys that maybe now know that Ben knew that Nick Saban was going to go, and now they decide to come back. That's going to be great for the culture, and that's going to be great for the legacy here. But then you look at the other return of, let's say you have a Kalen DeBoer that decides to go to Alabama, or Dan Lanning, or Lane Kiffin, or Jesse Benner, or whoever is the coach. I would even say like a Jeff Fish for Arizona. Can you imagine if Jeff Fish leaves Arizona and then he brings Tor McMillan and he brings Noah Fafita? Like, you got a primary quarterback, and you have one of the top 5 receivers that's going to be a first-round pick next year in the NFL draft, potentially re-enter the transfer portal and come to the University of Alabama. So it's like Alabama. It is the hottest coaching name right now in football. And for those who don't believe me,
I'm sorry,
guys.
This one, that would be interesting, bro.
No,
you want me to tell you why? And I'm not saying it's a positive. I'm gonna tell you why it's interesting. This is why.
As an offensive coordinator, yes.
Yes, that's why I was just about to say.
Not as a, yeah. As a
I think he would be open to that under a new coach. I think Cliff would be open to, Cliff ain't trying to go and be governed by Saban. That's what kept him away earlier when we were looking for OCs.
The problem is, though, Cliff wants to coach in the NFL. That's the problem. He wants to coach in the NFL, and the reason why he's at USC under Lincoln Riley is because this is like a 1-2 year off type thing where he wants to try to get another opportunity to at least be an offensive coordinator in the NFL and eventually establish in the head coach. If he comes here and becomes a coordinator, he's going to be here mostly for about a year or two, and then he's gone. He's going to go
like a Joe Brady. You said a Joe Brady movie you had cut off for a second.
It's like a Joe Brady type stepping stone where you're here for like a year or two and then you're gone. You're off to the league. And one thing, and so that's the tough thing. This is why I kind of agree with Coach Sean. I want an already established guy now if we possibly can. I don't want any old school head coaches. I don't want a Mike Vrabel. I don't want a Mike Vrabel. I don't want none of them. I want an already established, at least a solid head coach. And that's why I'm even saying I'm even open to a Jeff Fish. Because if Jeff Fish comes, can you imagine the players that, especially what he did with the Arizona program in the mid to late stretch, and the amount of players that would be open to follow him here to the University of Alabama already on top of it? Can you imagine a Tor McMillan and a Noah Fafita at the University of Alabama with the talent that's already established here?
Y'all know a name I just seen? And I'm just looking at stuff, and I ain't, like I'm saying, all these names we throwing out are literally just speculation. So don't come on here thinking we making quotes or giving y'all breaking news or anything. Mel Tucker was just thrown out there. What y'all think about that?
Too much baggage
for a position coach, maybe. Definitely not a head coach.
Yeah, position coach. Yeah, too much
Absolutely
baggage.
Not. This is my thing. Shout out to Eric D. and shout out to the homie from Georgia, James Richardson. Shout out to James Richard. Shout out to both of you guys. This is just Coach Sean. I don't make me right word for nothing. This is just my humble opinion. I don't want nobody who hadn't coached in this league before, because this league is completely different on so many levels. So many levels. This league is so different outside of coaching, right? I heard Urban Meyer say it best. When he first got to the SEC, he was lost because they had all these gentlemen's agreements in other leagues. I won't recruit your players if you don't recruit mine. The SEC is cutthroat, bro. Cutthroat. They'll recruit your son away from you if that's your child. I mean, it is a different league in this league on all levels. I've seen, I think it was what's the young man who's the defensive coordinator at Georgia? He's defensive coordinator at Georgia right now.
Glenn Schumann?
Schumann. I seen an interview. He was like, this league is so different because everybody recruits everybody's players. Like, there is no loyalty in this league. So some coaches that's never coached in this, he's seen young coaches get swamped with the recruiting in this league. And so I want a coach that knows this league forwards and backwards, that understands geography and radiuses to the University of Alabama. I want a coach that understands the 4-hour in each direction radius that we've been so successful and nationally, actually. I want somebody like Lane or like Dan Lanning. For me, though, the only thing with Lanning is I understand he was at Georgia. He's been at Bama. He knows the landscape. He knows the ins and outs. What I like about Lane is Lane knows the administration. He was an actual on-field coach.
Yeah,
He understands. He understands all the nuances that go with Alabama football. There's nothing that's going to shock him here, right? The guy, I think Lane would not be afraid to take this job because of the fans, because of the success of Saban. I think Lane will stare that right in the face and go out and pick right back up where we left off. He'll do it a different way, as we all know, but I want somebody that is clearly not shaken by the landscape of the SEC, by the recruiting pitches and the recruiting cutthroatness of this league. I want somebody that knows that and can step in it and has been engulfed in it already. A new coach just and I could be totally wrong, right? But even Eli Drinkwitz from Missouri, he was talking. I heard his interview where he was talking about when he got here, he had to really change his whole recruiting philosophy because it's so different here. Every coach, they'll come get your quarterback off your roster while he's still playing. Like it is crazy here, right? So give me somebody that's a veteran in the footprint of the Southeastern Conference.
This man said Urban Meyer.
No, absolutely
No.
not.
Y'all, I don't think, you know what, Bama fans, let's do this for the whole
You probably trolling.
chat right now. Everybody just take a deep breath. Nah, this is like the third or fourth time I've seen this person say it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. But take a deep breath. Like Bama's not in a crisis right now. Like we gotta let things unfold before, and even now with Coach Saban retiring, man, it's like it's not like we coming off an undefeated season. We look like a rebuild team this year. Actually, last year looked like a rebuild team. If you want to be honest, under Bryce, we look like a rebuild team. Defensively, we look like a rebuild team. And now this year we got the defense a little squared away. Offensively, we were rebuilding. So kind of just to kind of control the narrative right here, not control it, but to shift the narrative. What's the better fit for what this Alabama team is dealing with right now going into next season? As far as our shortcomings, where we struggled at, do you think the offensive minded and I'm thinking right now our top candidates between the three of us and the panel is Lane Kiffin and Dan Lanning as far as who we desire the most. If it comes down to those two, who's the better candidate for the position going into next season? What this team needs right now to maintain this level of success. And Coach Jay, you go first, man.
Right now,
today, if they was ready right now to sign on the dotted line, head coach of Alabama, who you offering it to?
Well, I think I would probably offer it. I would try to offer it to Lane Kiffin only because what Coach Sean says, he knows the landscape of the South. He knows the administration. And if he comes, I mean, whoever comes here is going to get full power. But the question is, I think the real question should be like, who would Alabama's administration trust the most with their program?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're getting full authority, right? This is not going to be one of those situations where the boosters are going to control the scenes behind the scenes. No, like when you are the head coach here, because of what they did with Nick Saban, right? Because of what they did with Nick Saban. Nick Saban had full authority, full control, full power, whatever he wanted, whatever, like whether it was upgrades to the weight room, upgrades to the facilities, the medical facilities, whatever he wanted, they gave it to him without any sort of hesitation because they trusted him that if he had it, he was going to win you a lot of games. He was going to bring you a crap ton of capital in return if you try to invest in Nick Saban. So whoever's going to be that guy, they are going to trust him with full authority and full power. And with Lane Kiffin, knowing the administration, knowing the region, a lot of Alabama's targets were Ole Miss's targets, were kids that Lane Kiffin's been targeting for years, and it just seems like a perfect fit. Now, Dan Lanning, I can't go wrong with Dan Lanning because he knows the area just as much as Lane Kiffin has. He's recruited this area, being a part of the Georgia staff. Glenn, he's a lot younger. I think he's in his mid-30s, I think, at this time. So he's a lot longer reigning. I like what he did with the University of Oregon of really establishing that defense. He made Tosh LaPoy look like an all-pro defensive coordinator. And then you saw what he was able to do with Will Stein. And then, with Will Stein, how Bo Nix was able to develop as a passer was nuts. And that's because of Will Stein. And Will Stein came from Auburn, I believe. I think Will Stein, I think he came from Auburn. Bo Nix followed him all the way to Oregon, and all of a sudden he just became a much better, different animal, which, again, that should tell you all the way about how Gus Malzahn mistreated some of his quarterback usage. But it's interesting, man. But Lane Kiffin would probably be my top choice. Dan Lanning would probably be another choice of mine if we want to try to go the head coaching route, and then Kalen DeBoer would be my third guy. And then Jeff Fish, and then now I'm thinking about it, I think Jeff Fish would probably be my fourth candidate. Again, so people don't know about Jeff Fish. People don't know that he, people are going to say he went 1-11 with Arizona. Yeah, he went 1-11 with them. He also turned it around and he went 10-4 with them. And that a lot of it was not due to play, not because they got a lot of stars. That was all player development. Not even their transfers didn't really have that much of a big effect. That was all the player development with 2- and 3-star recruits. And the few 4- and 5-stars that he was able to land, those players were already impact players as a true freshman and redshirt freshman. So that's why Jeff Fish is going to be on the radar for me.
What about you, Coach Sean? Between Kiffin and Lanning right now, today, you the AD, you got the power to put this program in one of their hands. Who's it going to?
Easy answer for me, Lane Kiffin. I'm going Lane Kiffin all the way live. Put Kim on a plane right now. Give him the office. Show him the ropes.
He already
hang out with
it.
Saban for a couple.
He already
of weeks
know where to go,
and let's get it going. He the same. We don't have to change the recruiting footprint. We don't have to change anything. The same kid. They probably already know Coach Kiffin, right? And one thing I keep seeing Pete Carroll in the chat. Listen, guys, Pete Carroll,
70. He's older than Nick Saban.
He might be older
right,
than Coach
man.
Saban, right? This guy hadn't coached college football since the USC Lindale White and Reggie Bush days.
Matt Leinart was his last quarterback. Right. Think about that. He's an analyst now.
What kid is going to come here if that young man comes? Well, if that guy comes to Alabama, like, we got to stop. But yeah, for me, it's Lane. Without a hands down, it's Lane. I can trust the program. He's a different kind of coach. He's a younger coach. He's influential in things that young kids like. He's all over social media, right? I know some of the older Bama fans that turn them off, but that turns the kids on, right?
Yeah.
They love Coach Kiffin.
They love
him. I'm telling you, I did a Nike camp back in February, and I'm telling you, they love Lane Kiffin. I'm telling you that. It's just when you look at Ole Miss and the resources that Ole Miss has, beautiful campus, beautiful everything about their campus, right? But they don't have the football resources that Alabama has. So give me Lane Kiffin. Dan Lanning will be a great coach. He's a young guy. He went to Oregon and turned those, actually did better than Mario Cristobal. He was on Georgia's defensive staff when they had that awesome defense. He was a GA at Alabama, analyst, right? But Lane is already in go. It wouldn't shock me if Lane Kiffin followed Alabama on Twitter. University of Alabama.
He does, bro. Anytime you got a head coach of another university in the same conference, in the same division, posting statuses, and then hashtag roll tide with the script A on it.
Yeah.
Anytime you got a coach, like, there's a difference in like having a mutual respect for coaches when you speaking about them publicly, and then admiring a coach publicly. Like, there's certain ways you say it so that you can maintain your alpha as a coach. Your respect, your set, who you are as a coach. You come back and you look at a guy like Lane Kiffin. He's exactly what these kids are today, man. He doesn't mind getting in front of the camera. He doesn't mind, giving you a soundbite. Kids are attracted to that, man. If you could, why you think so many kids went to Colorado? You got one of the greatest DBs to ever play the game of football, calling you a Louis bag, telling you that you are valuable, telling you about to cash in, like you about to turn up. This your opportunity. I'm gonna help you get to the next level. The reason he's able to do it because Prime is hip to this generation. He's older, but he's hip to this generation. He knows how these young football players play because he's been coaching in high school for the last 7-8 years or however long he was doing it before he came over to the college ranks. And then he's in tune with his children. They're hip to what's going on with this generation and what's coming behind them. So, I mean, you gotta get somebody. You gotta get somebody that knows terminology, knows. I mean, Saban. Anybody tell you Saban can come to anybody barbecue. He's invited to all the cookouts. I promise you. Saban invited to all the cookouts. And it ain't just because he been the coach at Alabama. He don't come from no uppity side of town in West Virginia. He a country boy. So he naturally fit into this Southern lifestyle. You get a guy like Kiffin who loves it. He's over in Mississippi living it up. And don't forget, y'all, Lane Kiffin still got a house in Tuscaloosa, right outside Tuscaloosa. Don't ever forget that. Just remember that. That's always him and Jeremy Pruitt kept their houses in T-Town when they left to go take their position. So it's always going to be a possibility to get Kiffin. If I had to give it to somebody today, though, I'm giving it to Kiffin too. Just like you said, I mean, that's the obvious choice. If he says I'm interested, you ask him what you need, what time you want the movers there, and when can we expect you? You know, that's what if Lane Kiffin say I'm interested, that's what you do.
What time do you want the jet?
Tell Saban, go ahead. Hey, Saban, here go your retirement jet. Kiffin, you get the coach jet, you get the active coach jet, and we're gonna fly you on over here.
Look, I'll throw you a curveball. I won't get too deep into it, but this is straight from parents, right? Had a kid on my 7-on-7 team. He's at Auburn now. These kids don't care about golf. These kids don't care about these coaches talking about golf. If these kids can't relate to you, they're not going to come to your school, right? That's why Saban had these great assistants, right? Shout out to Camden Brown. But listen, I keep saying Dabo. Let me say this straight from parents. And
nobody want to play for Dabo.
Let me. I ain't gonna even get too deep into it with him, Smooth. But I will say this. This is straight from parents. A few years ago, Dabo had a huge disconnect with a lot of the parents, and you're seeing the program suffer a little bit in recruiting. They went from 6 and 7 and 9 to 14, 18, 17, and 16. So it's a lot of parents out there that they're not gonna let their kids play with that young man. I love Dabo, cool dude, straight from the state, but some things transpire with a lot of parents that I know of who got kids in college right now, and some who have kids that are going to school that won't let their kid go to Clemson. They won't because of certain issues. But shout out to Camden Brown. He's at Auburn right now. Wanted him at Alabama, but he chose Auburn. Shout out to Camden. But again, you want someone, guys. Part of the reason Coach Saban's not, these kids are totally different in 2024, guys. This is not your 2021 was just a few years ago. These kids are 360 degrees or 180 degrees different just from that, just a few years ago. These kids are media savvy, social media savvy. They all know about NIL at an early age, right? I had a kid tell me this in Atlanta at McNair High School. Tell me, I don't care nothing about no rings. A ring, what do rings mean to me, right? I care about getting to the NFL and which one gonna pay me the most, right? Yep. And this was a 5-star kid, right? Kids since went to Florida State. So these kids are different, and we have us as adults to blame. They see USC going to the Big Ten. They see Stanford going to the ACC. They understand why. TV contracts, money. So we can't blame the kids when they just pick up the slack of what we show them, right? So they're making decisions for schools, coaches, based off things of this nature. And that's what Coach Saban do not come from. Coach Saban comes from a place of time when football was pure, when recruiting was pure, right? The best on the field, we compete against one another. Now it's, you don't let me play, I'm leaving. You give me this much, I'll come to your school. So it's a totally different day and age, man. And you have to have your footprint in both pools, if you know what I mean. This pool and that pool to be successful in college football in today's era.
We can't talk about it, but y'all gotta kill the little black-white narrative, man. This is more than that, man. This if y'all do your history lesson, Alabama was probably one of the monumental universities when it comes to integration and dissolving segregation as far as on the university level. That was the first. Y'all better do not the first what they call it, public university to do it. That's what it was. He was the first head coach of a public university, a state university to do that. So to get off of that, y'all, we passed it. It's 2024. Should have been past that years ago, but we passed that. Let's get off of that.
Yep.
But back to it, man. I'm more so excited for the fact that not only is this a page to turn. I'm not excited. I'm gonna say I'm eager to see how this unfolds over the next 30 days because I want to believe, and this I think every Alabama fan wants to believe that even with NIL and transfer portal and how everything is, there's really no limits on everything right now. You want to believe that there's a good majority of these, a good percentage of these kids in this locker room that really came to Bama to play for Bama, and want to continue to add to it. But the sad reality of it is, like you said, Coach Sean, and like I said at the beginning of the year, man, you got guys like Amari Black and Kendrick Law, Shaz Preston, and these are names I said at the beginning of the year. If you don't get them looks this year, they're not going to stay. You think a guy like Amari Black going to want to stay? And Coach Saban was very vocal about his value. You know, all the guys that Coach Saban talking in preseason, Kobe Prentice, Kendrick Law, Amari Black on the offensive side, guys that probably could be in the portal because they weren't getting their looks or targets early in the season. You know, Milroe just missing reads. They could have used that to go, but they stayed. Did they stay because of Coach Saban? Does that affect how this team moves forward as far as recruiting or guys staying after the transfer portal window is closed? I think if anything, I think for the Saban retiring, that's going to amp up the competition in spring training. We probably going to see a spring camp like we ain't seen in years, man, as far as competition wise, because
everybody's job is open.
Everybody's
job is open.
Everybody.
Hey, fellas, Justin, I cut a video individually. I got to cut another video again. This is breaking news. Ryan Williams has just decommitted from Alabama.
Yep.
Not surprised.
Not surprised.
Not surprised.
Hey, so are you guys good with running the show for a little while and I come back? Or you guys want me back here?
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
How are you guys doing,
ahead, man?
Are you guys good? Is everybody
ahead, man?
Yep. Take time.
Hey, y'all.
This is a lot.
This is, man. And you know what? I was trying to hold it, man, because I don't, we don't have no setup for tonight. But I got the text message like 20 minutes ago. Like for real. That's why I was showing y'all. And then, man, I don't want to be, bro. Marquise Mays is on to something. I'm gonna just let y'all know. I've been fortunate enough to cross paths with him on Twitter. Shout out to Marquise Mays, man. If you pull up in here. But I've been fortunate enough to cross paths with my boy, and he speaks some real stuff off of the public statuses and stuff, man. And he very, 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 look at my face, chat. Marquise Mays, y'all can let them tweets trick y'all and think he just be spewing. Y'all better talk to him. If you sit back and you talk to him, you'll find out how much knowledge that young man has, built up in that brain.
Hey, so you guys good for a little while more, and then I'll come back.
Mm-hmm.
You guys good? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Just text me, and I will come back. I'm doing like a million things. This is big, man. I moved here wondering when this would happen. I never thought it happened on January 10th. So all right. I know.
I actually text my partner when we got on, and I can show you the text from my partner Josh. He down there. He told me the same thing about Ryan. This was we first went on. So, but here's my take, man. Here's the good news, chat. Man, this is Bama. This is Alabama. Coach Saban has put us where we need to be. Marquise Mays told 100% truth right there. So, shout out to Ryan Williams, right? Shout out to you, young brother. I pray for you wherever you go, whether it's Bama or somewhere else. But one monkey don't stop no show, bro. This is Alabama, bro. So, I'm fine either way. I would love to have a young man, but if you're gonna decommit, shout out to you, young brother. I don't wish you nothing but grace and health. But this is Bama, man. This is Alabama. Ain't no crying over here.
You know what? Ball. And this is the type of stuff. This is what makes me question, like, where have you been how long have you been a fan of Bama? No, Alabama is Alabama because of Saban. You got to understand, Alabama was one of the most winning programs before Saban even got there. During our drought, we were still number 4 as far as one of the most winning programs in the era. So it's not like y'all weren't there in 96. Y'all weren't there when we should have been there in 90. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all weren't there in 90. Well, I didn't get to watch it, but For all you older ones that claim to be fancy, I didn't get to watch 92. You know, like every decade, Alabama has been in the mix. You know,
this is a good question, Coach. I think I'm gonna let you grab this one. That's a good question right there. Grab that one if you can.
Oh no, I don't know. No, Kiffin brought Pete to Ole Miss because of where he came from. You know, and you're trying to when Kiffin came over, he had a defensive scheme that he wanted to be implemented, and I think that's what he thought Golden could come in and kind of brush up and continue to work towards where it need to be. But Kiffin and T-Rob are good. You know what I'm saying? Like if T-Rob doesn't take another job, if Kiffin comes and T-Rob's not somewhere else, T-Rob's the defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Simple as that. I don't care who else you bring in. T-Rob's your defensive coordinator. If Kiffin comes in, I don't think would Mike Vrabel take the Bama job.
He's
That's
not
on
coming
you,
to Alabama,
Jay.
guys. Yeah, he's not, guys. We're not getting a coach that doesn't have any experience at all in the collegiate level.
Thank you,
It just
Coach Jay.
First of all, it just wouldn't make any sense. And like I said, I trust me, I'm telling you guys, I've talked to NFL coaches that have come here and done their 7-on-7 camps here at the Buffalo Bills facility, at high school stadiums, especially at the St. Francis meetup. Brian Daboll has been there. He hosts it every single year. Yeah. And you can go there. He's not afraid to talk to anybody. He will talk to you blatantly about the college, about the collegiate level. He talks to a lot of the high school prospects. Matter of fact, there's a few collegiate recruits. I think there was one at Georgia who was at the camp. He's open, and he will tell you recruiting is one of the hardest things he's ever had to do because it's a 24/7 job. You got to prepare, and he was the offensive coordinator. You got to prepare. You got to prepare the offensive game plan for a week-on-week basis. You got to add in personnel packages, different personnel packages for different players based off their skill set, and then you have to go on the road, and then you have to be involved in recruiting, and then you got to be in charge of some of your positional coaches that are right under you, and see if they're doing their job. They're doing their job not just on the field, but also off the field in terms of recruiting. You got to see if they're doing the jobs for you because you're trying to get players that fit your scheme. This is not just a free agency or NFL draft type thing. This is a 24/7 job where you're recruiting 16. You're not just recruiting guys, 17, 18-year-olds. You're recruiting 13-year-olds. You're recruiting 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds. You're recruiting 12-year-olds. Mm-hmm. It's like this is something that is set in stone and based for years. This is not just a yearly type thing. This is an annual 24/7 job when you're recruiting different classes in that time frame. So he's not coming here. If anything, I think Mike Vrabel is going to the New England Patriots. I think that makes the most sense that he will end up going to the New England Patriots. But no, he's not coming here. There's no way in absolute hell you get Mike Vrabel to come here and be your head coach, no matter how much you pay him. I think he's going to go to the New England Patriots.
Right.
That's just me though.
Hey, real quick though, to a point though, like everything you just stated, this is what people don't realize. Like Coach Saban is 72. Imagine Joe Pa.
Facts.
10 years ago. Wasn't that 10? That's been about 10 years since that scandal with Joe Pa and Penn State. It's been about 10 years, right? About 8 years now. Imagine him. Imagine just think. Coach Saban is 72 or 73 now. Imagine Coach Saban, Joe Pa with NIL 10 years ago, transfer portal 10 years ago. That man probably would have croaked sitting up in that booth trying to manage all of that. Coach Saban has been doing this for the past 3-4 years, and Alabama's still top 5 recruiting, every recruiting class. Alabama NIL value, third most in the nation out of all public all the major programs, third most in the nation NIL value. I mean, all these things he's still been able to maintain. He's tired. It's become a pro game. And Coach Saban left the Miami Dolphins because his passion is not about money. It's not about winning games. It's about developing players, developing young men, developing players. That's what he's all about, development. That's why he preaches process. And you don't think that's been a factor playing into why he's retiring? You're taking the very thing that I love to do, the very thing that makes this a passion for me. You're taking it away from me by throwing money in front of it. And he even said it. If we don't put any parameters around this soon and quick, college football is going to change, and it's going to become a game where Kids aren't even going to need to come and take a snap anymore. Kids are literally going to get paid because of something that they did in high school, something that they've been doing, and the level where you're supposed to be able to prove to be able to prove if you're a professional, if you're ready to be a professional or not, which is at the college level. You can't even prove it at that level no more because you're already getting treated like a professional. You're getting all the benefits of a professional without being held accountable like a professional. Because guess what? When a professional signs a contract, guess who has control over that contract or where it gets voided out and they get traded or whatnot? The teams. In college, the universities don't have that no more. They don't have that no more. There's no control over what they do. So you taking away the main aspect of what this coach has done at a high level, probably the highest level we've seen for 15 years, man. It's hard to stick around and watch something you put so much into just slowly die in front of you, and you can't do nothing about it. You have no control over it.
$5 from the Inquisitive Prince. I can see Coach Nick Saban playing a major part in recruiting, even during his retirement. Yes, I can too. Coach Saban just not going to walk out the program and leave today and see y'all later. He's there. He's going to be there through this whole transition. Wouldn't shock me if he take an off-the-field role in some type of compliance office, some type of TV role. The guy's not leaving football. You can believe that. Real quick, before Coach Jay go, I talked to some kids, and I'll make this short, but I'll tell any recruit out there, and this is the short version. The NIL collectives is great. It helps you. The NIL is supposed to be used in congruence with business, using your name, your image, and your likeness in congruence through the school, through businesses. It's not supposed to be pay for play. Why I give you this amount of money to come to my school. I would tell any young kid out there, any parent that has a kid out there, this right here, and you should listen. These collectives are rich people that love their university. They love to have these recruits like Ryan. You know, I'm sure your parents have already told you this. If you think these people are just into giving people millions of dollars with no return, somebody's telling you a lie, right? These people want to return, whether that's through the coach and wins championships, or you may not even be at the school, right? Nobody in the history of the United States of America is just into giving money for free with nothing in return. Do your research on NIL, do your research on these collectives, make sure you understand who's contributing to this. You know what I mean? Nobody's giving you a pot of money just because of and expecting nothing in return. Please, young people, do your research on this. Justice Haynes said it best. I'll make my money through the University of Alabama. I'll get on the field. I'll all out of control, just like Bryce Young did, and then I'll get the money through the university. More money than I could ever have had before I balled out. So NIL is a great thing if it's used the right way. Agents, NIL can be detrimental if it's used the wrong way. Please believe it.
Guys, if you think that this administration is going to allow this program to go back to the Franchione, Mike Shula,
Negative.
Mike DuBois, if you think that we're going to go right back, that they're going to allow this to go back to this era, you are mistaken. The good thing about the university, and this is kind of, we talked about this during the Michigan Alabama preview, but we talked about how there are certain universities that they will not pour that much into the football program, right? Because they're trying to either spread everything out, or they're spreading it to their academic programs. They're spreading it way more to their academic programs compared to their athletic programs. This is right.
I gotta say something just to keep y'all on y'all toes. Even in his retiring, the retiring news shook college football. But you're talking about within the 2 hour, 3 hour span, you got some crazy buzz. And we on to something, and I don't know who y'all been talking to behind the scenes, but this Lane Kiffin situation is becoming more real by the minute, brother. More real by the minute. Serious, like people moving right now to make it happen. So don't be surprised.
They're getting prepared. This program is real quickly, Coach Smoot, this administration, they knew about, I can tell you this right now, they knew about this. They knew about this for a while because knowing Coach Saban and knowing his attitude, he's not going to leave that team on red. Like I said, he is going to play a part in the coaching process. That's one thing that we've been saying for years. If he ever was to leave, he was going to be a big part of finding the next coaching carousel. who's going to be a big part of it. So this administration knew, they're prepared for it, and I believe that they're going to quickly. I mean, don't be surprised if we find a coach by the end of this week.
Bruh,
Don't
don't be surprised if we wake up. That's what I'm saying. Don't be surprised if we wake up and 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 a.m. Well, they usually do like media releases about 10:30, 11. So don't be surprised if y'all start seeing stuff around 10 Eastern Time tomorrow. Like, things are moving fast. I'm not going to say it was lame, but I know that buzz when certain people are sending messages, it means something. It means something.
Daniel Hill just decommitted. Yeah, if that's true, what it is, I'm not
Daniel Hill.
Daniel Hill. Yeah, that's what somebody said in the comment. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it's true, then it is what it is.
Did he decommit too?
Mm-hmm.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, man? You all right?
What's going on?
Yeah, I'm good. Just
exhausted.
Man, I appreciate you guys, man. And one of the things that I wanted to say is that I've already reached out to the coaches, and I want to talk to them more about this year and having the coaches more regular, within the season, within the year, because they did a great job. So, round of applause, from me to the coaches, man, because you guys have done a really great job. You guys have always supported me and always had my back, and I really appreciate each and every one of you guys. I've seen you guys have grown in your craft, and I respect that, man. So real recognize real. Thanks for being here tonight, everybody inside the chat. Appreciate you guys. 1,400 inside the chat. Let's get those thumbs up. Right. This channel is often duplicated, but it can never be replicated because this is we're independent. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is the real thing. My heart, my soul is into that. Plus, like, I'm not gonna lie, I have the Mamba mentality. I do. I'm hungry. I want to work. Like, I'm built to be independent. And I can lead the ship. So if you're just joining us from wherever you're from, across the world, Coach Saban has retired. There's been some fallouts, with Ryan Williams decommitting. We all saw that coming on. I haven't seen if Daniel Hill did decommit. He's the big running back. I liked him. 240 pounds. You guys see him? Man, he was a
that's what I'm saying. I haven't seen nothing.
I haven't seen that yet, right? They trying to play us. All right. So, and then, and then this is the important thing. And I text you guys, I'm sure you guys weren't looking at your phones, but, so with Coach Saban retiring, the transfer portal will reopen for Alabama players for 30 days.
Oh yeah. We said that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's crazy, right? So it's like, if you thought the news was going to stop in terms of roster management, it's not. I mean, there's going to be a lot of guys who I think will have fallout from this. You're going to see it recruiting wise. I think you're going to see it from the roster standpoint. That's why I think the quicker you make the move on your head coach, the better, right? Yeah. Like, don't drag this out for in like, how long would you guys say? You guys think it's going to be a week?
A week.
If that, Kyle, maybe 3 days. 3 days, because this ain't a situation where you got Coach Saban and you're trying to find a coordinator to come and let Coach Saban kind of mitigate. This is, you're replacing your head coach amongst your one of your highest rated recruiting classes in recent history. Like, I don't think I think Sankey, not Sankey, but the AD Burns, I think he knows the importance of it. I think the alumni, the boosters, they know the importance of it. So, like you said, I think that's why it's really been quiet around Alabama leading up till today. This past week since the loss, it hasn't really been much news coming from Alabama. I think there have been some meetings being happening, everybody meeting up at the restaurants, town hall meetings, whatever they do, and they been trying to devise a plan because they probably got word 72 hours ago, Coach Saban he's serious about making this announcement. So it's time to ramp it up. That's why I think the moves that we're seeing, the stuff that's happening behind the scenes, the buzz that we're hearing, I think that's why it's moving so fast, because it was already in the work already before the announcement today.
Yeah, that's why I think that it's going to be sooner than later. I mean, I think Alabama has to move quick on this. And like people were saying before, and I think even even our boy Marquise Mays was saying that, it's already been in the works, since Coach Saban isn't going to just bounce out and leave. But the thing about it is Coach Saban does know that the transfer portal will reopen. Not that he can control that, but You know, I think he probably already has a guy in mind. Didn't he try to get Dan Lanning at one point to be on the staff? I thought he did at one point.
He was
Before
at Bama at one point in time.
He was at
Bama. But there was another time where he was like going to try to reel him back before he went to this next level of his coaching career. Because I think like Coach Saban, the same thing, you know, with a couple other coaches that have gone to coach the higher college ranks, you know, he's kind of reached out to those guys before they went to head football coaching jobs. But I don't know what else you guys. I mean, who do you think it'll absolutely not be? Like, it won't be Dabo, right? 100%.
Heck no.
I don't think it's going to be Dabo.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be Coach
Urban.
Prime. I don't think it's going to be any of those guys.
It
right?
will not be Kirby Smart. It will not be Mike Vrabel.
Urban Meyer. No.
It will not be Jim Harbaugh.
It won't be Jimbo Fisher. It won't be like none of these. I don't think any of these.
Carroll.
It won't be any of these big name old school like what we've known as head coaches for our time growing up as far as this past 15, 20 years. It won't be none of them ghosts.
You get what I'm saying? Someone saying Michelle Obama. Inside the comment.
Nah, she grew past her. She's not coaching material.
She gonna help
anymore.
on the basketball squad.
Yeesh.
I don't know about football.
Oh man, that's good. So it's not gonna be Jimbo Fisher.
No,
it's not gonna be Bill O'Brien.
And it ain't gonna be none of y'all in the chat tripping right now having a breakdown, man. This is why I say, as an Alabama fan, I've seen the worst. I think I've seen some of the worst, not the worst, but some of the worst in my age. And I've seen us literally set the peak of college football for the past, I want to say 10 years. You say the first 2 years was kind of his startup, and then then 10 years straight, it was like nothing but Bama. And in the past 2 years, you kind of start saying, okay, the dynasty is over for real now, you know, and it's fine. It was bound to happen. Nobody else can say they held it down for 15 years like Coach Saban.
It can't be Sarkisian. You're not going to outbid Texas. There's just no way. You can't do it. Alabama has money for sure, but not Texas money. Like Texas has too much money. It won't be Jimmy Gallegos. We have a lot of people pulling for him inside the chat.
Somebody even was talking about Lincoln Riley. I'm like, Lincoln Riley can't even, like, he don't even recruit. He goes into the transfer portal and gets semi-developed quarterbacks and kind of designs an offense around them and says, I don't care about defense. Let me just put up points. Like, y'all want to go through that?
The fact that Dan Lanning and Kalen DeBoer was able to out-recruit Lincoln Riley in California. Your backyard is literally the greatest high school league on the planet.
The third best state. That's third place. That's
modern day and basketball are different things, man. Let's be honest.
Texas is different, bro.
Everywhere. I think, would a dream hire be D'Amico Ryans?
Oh, it's too late for that. We had an opportunity to get him in 19. We didn't do it.
What is he being paid at Texas? Can we look that up? What is he being paid?
Real quick.
Not much more than what Alabama's willing to pay him. I can guarantee you that.
Making like eight a year, 10.
They've been making 11 right now.
Mm-hmm.
No way he leaves the pro football to come big kids.
He can't. No, there's no way. And see, like I know that I think because Brian DeBall didn't live too far from me. Dude hated recruiting. The NFL guys do not like to recruit.
Do not like it. Facts,
like,
Kyle.
Can you imagine Bill Belichick coming back to? He was like, he doesn't even like to come over here for the NFL scouting combine. I just saw these pictures for some kids that he snubbed. Did you guys see that? Finally, it's not going to be. I don't think that's why I don't think. Like, I think I would like to see D'Amico. That would be dope. But your guys are right. I'm just. Did we find out what he was making, Smook?
Nah,
Shout out Gil Cruz.
I was asking for what head football coach of Houston Texans is making.
Let me see.
I don't think. Yeah, Jarvis, what's up, man? I see you inside the comment box. Jason, what's up, man? I see you guys. Darian, we got all 1,300 of you guys inside the chat, looking up how much D'Amico Ryans is making with the Houston Texans. Overall, it's still a shocker, right? I mean, this coming in
$4 million a year right now.
That's it.
$4 million.
Coach.
They better start paying him more than that. I mean, would say
Four
would.
years, 4 year for 6 years, $4 million per annual.
Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
someone saying hire David Bullock. Eric Banamy. I don't know. I don't think he could be.
Hey.
Shout out to the member, William. We appreciate your super chat, William. You're a member. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Facts. What about Nussmeier coming back?
Nah, I don't like that. I don't like that.
I'm just looking at all these names that's being like I'm literally just watching message board stuff.
Yeah, someone's saying Coach Orgeron.
Man, get
Lane
out.
Kiffin.
Damn
and,
old.
Nobody else, man.
Or
or if you can't have neither one of those two coaches, if you cannot, this coach, I like this coach. He's progressed every year. He's a quirky little dude now. I will say that.
Who's that, Coach Sean?
Eli Drinkwitz.
Oh,
I
yeah.
like Eli.
If we gonna go Eli, you might as well give my boy bring him back. Kyle Flood. You might as well bring Kyle Flood back or Sam Pittman. Get one of those nice weird guys that create good culture and can make guys feel good. I mean, if you talking about
Eli can coach though. He's a scheme coach. I like his scheme. I like offensive coaches. I like
me too.
I like the guys that can really. If you bring Lincoln Riley to Alabama, we're gonna score 50 a game. We're gonna give up 48. Period.
At minimum, we're gonna average.
Yeah, you're gonna turn into the
Oklahoma Sooners.
Oklahoma, yeah. It's gonna be the Alabama Sooners. That's exactly what happened.
You're not getting Josh Heupel from Tennessee. Exactly. I don't think you're getting any about like the coaches right now that's like coaches at rival schools. Ole Miss is not really a rival. Ole Miss was a rival because they kind of beat us. They upset us one year, then but then Kiffin being there made them more of a relevant. But you're not getting Heupel or no
the
smart.
The chat is saying someone said take back Mike Price.
No, Mike Price might be at the wrong type of clubs, if you know what I mean.
You know what I'm saying? What you say? If you know what I mean.
Jim Tressel, man, chat's on fire, man. Brett Venables,
they coping with their pain, man. They coping with their pain. I feel you. I feel y'all, man.
We might have to turn this into Bama After Dark. We might have to crack open some of Grandpa's old cough syrup for a night like this. This is a tough one. Honestly, it's like, come on, everybody's gonna remember where they were when Coach Saban retired. This is monumental news. Monumental. Will not be Dabo.
That's why Dabo had a black eye. Hey, sorry, you know this story, don't you?
What's that?
Who
Dabo black eye story?
Who hit it?
But I don't know what happened.
Man, Dabo began slick with them players, man. They say Dabo get real slick with his little Christian values and stuff, trying to judge people. Like, I ain't gonna say that. This is what I heard, chat. This ain't no truth, but yeah, them coaches and players, they be at Dabo neck, man. He got to check himself, and he don't mind saying what he got to say. But
who was that guy that went off on him? Little Timmy or whatever that called in?
God, I heard they called. I forgot his name though.
Tyler? Pee Wee?
I think it was Tyler. Yeah, I think it was Tyler.
Was it Tyler? Chat. Who was that called up Dabo and had Dabo fired up? And then what bowl game did Clemson win? Oh, it was Tyler. The Cheez-It Bowl. Yeah, and he was like kissing the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Cookie Monster. Come on, man. Don't do that.
Dang.
Right. Okay. Let's get back on a little bit of structure here. Hey, if you guys have to bounce out, just hit me in the chat. I'm gonna be here for a while. So I just ordered some we have a hub. Look, so like in this spot where I live in Tusk. Oh, you know what? Alex Grinch, I don't know for a head coach, but I do like that coach. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. In this area of town in Tuscaloosa, there's 4 restaurants. There's McDonald's, Hibachi, Jalapenos, and something else. Like if you want to open up a restaurant, come over here to this side of town. So I just ordered up some hibachis. I just got my kids. My kids are in there. My son is now 15, and You know, he was texting me as well about Saban, my daughter. So I got kids, just like you guys got kids. If you have kids out there, go take care of them. Time is always fleeting with the kids. It's amazing. No, I live in Tuscaloosa. Time is always fleeting with the children. So make time for them. Be a father, be a mother, and never a bad time to call your father or your mother as well. Seriously, real talk.
For
Call
real.
them up. Tell them that you love them. Tell them that you care about them. Don't be tough with your emotions. Like, tell your mom that you care about her. 100%.
Facts.
Serious out there, and be good people. That's the other thing. Why I'm on this, like, be a good person.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hey, Kyle,
Yo.
real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you how much Saban has just like what he's meant to this Bama fan base from my standpoint. Like, my family, since I was young, it's always been Bama. But my sons, man, my son's with my ex-wife. I don't get to talk to him as much, but one of the main things we talk about is Alabama football. But my sons know Coach Saban. You know, most kids, they only know players. My son will be 13. Well, my oldest son just turned 13. He everything about what he talks about when it comes to football is like, well, Coach Saban this or Alabama this. My daughter's standing right here. When I said Coach Saban retiring, she looked at me like, Coach Saban doing what? You know, like, and she's only 7, you know? And so I have to get off of here and explain to her like what that means. Like, Coach Saban not going to be coach next year. What's up? How you feeling that? But yeah, it's a thing, man. It's one of them things. I know my dad probably gonna be texting me because they don't really be on social media like that. They tune into the show when we live, you know, old school Bama fans. But man, look at this. See, that's type of stuff I don't want to see, bro. I don't want to see that because then now it starts to become like an emotional thing. Like, dang, Coach Saban really gonna be gone. But yeah, man, it's as a fan, you know, outside of this coaching mindset and my persona, man, it is one of them things. I would have liked an announcement, you know, like, hey, this is my last year. This my tour. This my farewell tour.
Oh,
but I think Coach Saban knew what it was. Look at them Debbie cakes
right here. This hurts. So what we have here, so I'm sure you guys have been there. So this is the Coach Saban statue. This is from one of my buddies, Tony Successor. I just caught this on Twitter. Maybe we'll do a social media reaction, throw some social media on here. I think it could be some good context. But this is the statue. So check this out. There's like a little memorial going on here. He's okay. So first of all, he's not dead. Thank God, right? He's still around. Like, I'm sure we're gonna see him on ESPN or something like that. He's not dead. And he's not coaching anymore. So we feel a part of us has died. All of us do. I do. But you have little Debbie's, you have some roses, and then you have a Coke bottle. I mean, shoot, imagine how like Cedric feels. You guys know who Cedric is. Cedric's the guy,
his
basically.
personal assistant.
That's it. You know, think about what he's doing today. You know what? The other day I saw him like a couple months ago. I went to Sam's Club and I was cruising by. You know, like that center area where they have Sam's Club. Honestly, lately they've been having some really good clothes. Like, I know you could spend like a $200 on Viore or whatever. Like, they had some sweats, whatever. Okay. I ain't judging anybody who buys their clothes anywhere. But I saw Cedric, and you know he's been well taken care of. I saw him buying some pants from Sam's Club. I said, what's up to him? I bought some sweats too myself. But imagine what he's doing now. You know, imagine what, you know, everybody's doing within that organization and what it's going to be like to not see Saban roll up in his Ferrari or his Benz. You know, it's just it's unbelievable, really, that we're covering this news with Coach Saban. And think about the first guy that hits the podium, right? The first guy who takes over. That's going to be weird because that podium is Coach Saban's. Go ahead, Jared.
I say you might have some people that's going to judge his press conference.
Oh,
like the way he talks, I'm like, oh man, I don't know about this coach, the way he's sounding.
Yeah, 100%. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, everybody's outside. So yeah, there's like a couple Twinkies now. It's like now people are around Coach Saban's. People are like gathered around the statue now, like 50 to 100 people, and they're like cheering and stuff. I mean, yeah, it is a sad day for college football, but Coach Sean, what do you think the fallout will be in the next couple of days? Do you think there'll be more guys that hit the portal?
I think the guys that are young and aren't really in it for Bama will be. I think the guys that kind of look at their individual situations and want to enhance their individual situations, I think you might have a few transfers. But the guys that came to Bama, like Caleb Downs, the true freshman, like Justice Haynes, they're not going nowhere. These guys are going to come in. They're going to be the leaders of this team. They should know that Bama is not going to hire just anyone. They should know that. And if I know how the structure goes, they've probably already met with the leaders of this team, with the core team, and let them know, listen, like it's kind of like what Coach Smook said and Coach Jay said. This is something that we're just finding out, but this is something that's probably been talked about. This is something that's probably been planned on. And Bama's just not going to be out there swinging the wind. I think the fallout will be the fans are going to be tore down, myself, all of us, right? But Alabama is a blueprint school. We are the leader in this thing. They're not going to do anything without purpose, right? So they probably picked this time for a reason. I think Bama will be all right, man. I think Coach Saban will use his power to direct which way the school goes, right? And I think we'll be fine, man. We'll be fine. If the young men want to decommit, I'm not upset with them. Do what you guys feel to be necessary. I have faith that we have enough talent on this roster. I feel like some of the coaches are not going to leave, right? Alabama is in much, much, much better hands today than it was when we've been through this before. So I got faith. I feel like we'll be just fine, believe it or
Hey,
not.
Coach Jack, what do you feel like the next coach that takes over at Alabama? What do they have to know from the jump when they take over for Coach Saban?
It's a legacy that it's going to be hard, extremely hard to try to replicate. You have to go out there and just be you. You can't be Coach Saban. You can't be Coach Saban. You can't be Coach Bryant. You have to be yourself. You have to understand the recruiting landscapes. You need to understand your personnel. You have to understand the expectation of Alabama fans. This is not Florida when they lost their coach and now the delusion. Same thing with Miami fans looking at their delusion right now, saying that they're going to fire Mario Cristobal. This is going to be a different standard, a different expectation. And, for the most part, you cannot let the pressure get to you. This is why me and Coach Sean, I think all of us has pretty much said we want Lane Kiffin, because Lane Kiffin understands the expectation. He understands the pressure. He's been here. He's been through it. And but whoever is the guy, whoever's that head coach, you can't be Coach Saban. Even Kirby Smart when he went to Georgia, those are, it was big holes to fill when he had to replace Mark Richt. Like Mark Richt is one of the most, if you make an argument, he is the most legendary coach at the University of Georgia, because he was able to reestablish the Georgia program, reestablish the identity, and they became a top tier program. It was a lot of huge holes to fill, because you're talking about a guy that Mark Richt left a 10-3 Georgia team. And Kirby Smart, when he went 8-5 his first year, people were talking about how he should be fired. So it's big holes to fill. Whoever's going to be the head coach, there's going to be some pressure. Like I said, I'm not surprised if guys decommit, if guys enter the portal, and you got to do what's best for you. We're in a different age of college football. So whoever's going to be the head coach, man, you can't let the pressure get to you. You got to do you. Like I said, we'll see what happens in the future.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, the guy stepping in, to the next program. I mean, like you said, Jack, I think you hit the nail on the head. Is like you're following a legacy that you can never outdo. You're trying to the shoes can never be filled. He's the greatest coach ever. You got to be able to recruit at the highest level. You got to be able to develop at the highest level. The standard at Alabama is literally playoffs or bust. Like you literally have to get to the ship every single year. That's a lot of pressure for anybody, especially Coach Saban, right? And to see what he was able to do, I think we're only going to appreciate it more as we go forward, because when you're here, you're just like, it's common, right? You're used to it. But I appreciate you guys being here. Guys, I'm gonna be here for a while. Like if you guys want to go and like come back or whatever, I'm gonna take some calls if that's cool.
Yeah.
And then I'll Give me like 2 minutes. I got to set up the call-in show, but why don't you guys make your final thoughts, and then when I come back, I'm gonna take some calls. Is that cool with
I
you
was
guys?
just about to say that.
All right,
I was
I'm
gonna
gonna
get my
set it
final
up, and then
thoughts.
final thoughts from you guys, round table style, and then I'm gonna take your calls. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right, brother. Coach Jay, let me just go first, man, because I'm gonna get off. You know, I get long with it. I just want to go ahead and my thing is Bama Nation. Nobody saw it coming. I think Coach Saban wanted it to be that way. I think it's better that way. I think for us to kind of have to digest it and kind of take it for what it is right now is the best way to deal with it with the way the season ended. But yeah, I think more than anything, his retirement just gave college football a breath of took a lot of weight off of those other programs' shoulders. Now we kind of get to sit back in the mix and not have to have that pressure for a while. What we are going to have to deal with as Bama football fans is Saban ain't there no more. You know, every fan base goes through it, but we got about 20 years to ride this wave, man. We can ride this wave for about 20 years before it gets old, before we start getting into the Georgia times and some of these other droughted programs. So just to kind of alleviate the pain, not the pain, but alleviate the shock right now and where we're at as a program, I think this next 30 days give us a good tell of the environment in that locker room behind this retirement, but also how quickly we hire a head coach and the quality of head coach we hire. Like I said, I really want. I'm getting off here because I want to stay by my phone when the news breaks here soon, hopefully soon. But don't fret, Bama Nation. I like Coach Jay said, and I'm glad you said it, Jay, because I was gonna leave like in the show that Alabama won't ever, because of NIL, because of transfer portal, it won't ever see the days that it saw pre-Coach Saban. It won't ever get that bad ever again. The past 15 years, in order for that to get dismantled, that's going to take at least 6-7 years before we see some type of real drop off. You know, even next year, if we lose 3 games, you got to remember this new format allows teams to lose 2 games and still, but if this is the downside of that Bama trend, we've been through it before. We had to go through it. I don't know about y'all, but I've been through it. So it's not going to bother me to hear some of the noise from a lot of these fans. We have 5 national championships under this man. LSU won since then. Georgia has got 2. Auburn has gotten 1. Nobody else in the SEC can say that they've done it. And everywhere else, Clemson, Michigan just did it. Who else? Who else is Florida State? They won one about 10 years ago now.
Yep, in Ohio State.
Like, Bama is literally, when you pull up national championships for the last 20 years, Bama's name is going to still be on there, 4 or 5 times for the next 5 years, 6 years, and so on and so forth. So we still relevant, y'all. Let's not panic. I mean, grieve. He's not dead, but he's gone. Grieve and let's enjoy this process. Let's continue to carry on what he's taught us for these past 15 years. Trust the process and roll tide, man. Coach Smook signing off for the night, man. Shout out to my bros, Jay, Sean, Kyle, man. Appreciate y'all for having me on again tonight. It's always fun talking with y'all. Bama Nation in the chat, man. All 2,000 of you that were in here, appreciate y'all for supporting and continue to support. I'll be in the chat, Kyle. And if you need me on again later, here in about 2 hours, I should be free, brother. If you still on, man. You said you gonna after dark.
Thank you so much, man. Go ahead, Jared.
Yeah, let's say I'll say some of my final thoughts. I'm just going to eat, and then like I said, I might be on a little bit later on tonight. But no, kind of the same thing like what Coach Smook said, man. It's been a hell of a journey. 17 freaking years. It's been insane. 6 national championships. Has been to 10 national, has been to either 10 national championship appearances, 7 national titles throughout his career, most first rounders, most NFL players put in a time frame of 20 years, most coaches put in the National Football League, most coaches that are currently coaching right now that's been under the Saban tree. The dude literally has a book full of accomplishments that is never ever going to be replicated in college football. Even Bear Bryant was never able to replicate what Nick Saban was able to do. It's actually insane, guys. So guys, I'm excited for the next journey. Like I said, I know people are grieving like he's dead. Thankfully, he's not. I mean, Nick Saban is you're probably looking at, he's probably, Nick Saban, he's just recently starting to get into the social media atmosphere. Maybe now he can get more into it, but he's probably gonna be looking like, why are people grieving like I'm actually dead and I'm still gonna be around? Like it's nuts. I'm excited for the next chapter, right? This is life. You're not going to have your way all the time. You're going to have some ups. You're going to have a lot of downs in your life. We're all going to get hit. But Rocky said, man, like I said, it's not about how many times you get hit. It's about how many times you can get hit.
Love it.
Right. That you can able to get up and how quickly you can kind of rebound. So we took a big blow. 2024 is not starting off for us in a good year, but I'm looking forward, man. I'm looking forward to it, man. Like I said, I'm looking forward to kind of being here and being and just riding it, pretty much just kind of riding out with you guys. I can't wait for it, man. But I'm gonna be out of here. I'm gonna get something to eat. Maybe I'll probably be back on later on. But I'll be definitely be in the chat, seeing what's going on. But Coach Sean, Coach Kyle Henderson, thank you guys so much for allowing me on the show, and I'll catch you guys later.
Much love, Coach Jay.
Yep, roll tide.
Roll tide, brother.
What's up, Coach? What's your final thought, man, as we dip for part 2 of this, man? And again, you could pop back on at any time. I want to take some calls from some people to get kind of their assessment. But what's your final talk? And then this is a statement. What you're seeing, this is a statement from Miss Terry that she just released from the Knicks Kids Foundation. But go ahead, Coach.
For me, man, I think I speak for everyone when I say we have the utmost gratitude, right, with Coach Saban, for Coach Saban, for his family, Miss Terry, his children, his grandchildren, everything around Coach Saban. He has completely gave us an era of Alabama football that I don't think will be matched no time soon, right? My sincere thank yous to that young man, to that genius of a football coach, of a human being, and me being an African-American kid growing up in the neighborhood, loving the game of football, the University of Alabama, seeing that man step to the forefront when things was going crazy in our country and stepped up for his players. That meant a lot to my family. That meant a lot to our families. That meant a lot to kids, all my neighborhood. They love Coach Saban, man. This guy's revered all over the state, all over the world. And the guys who dislike him because of their respect for him, right? So we could never repay him back in thanks. We could never repay him back. My prayers are with him in whatever endeavor he chooses. My prayers are with his beautiful wife, his family, his kids. I love him. I love his family. It's roll tide forever, right? And I think I speak for the whole Bama Nation, man, when I say thank you from the sincere bottom of our heart for the best era of college football that anyone has ever seen, to the GOAT.
Absolutely, Coach. I'll be on, man. So if you want to just use the same link to jump back on, whatever, I'll be on for a little while. I'm going to take some calls. Cool?
I'm going to catch a little bite to eat, and I'm going to hop right back on with you.
I got you, man. I got you. Cool.
All right. Roll tide.
Roll tide to you. All right. What's up, fam? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Had the coaches up with me for the last hour. Going to let those guys dip out to eat. Hit the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys. I know this isn't the news that you guys wanted, but at some point in time, this is going to be the news that we had to face. With that being said, there's a lot to digest. I think a good way to look at this is like, let's highlight the positive. I'm a positive person, and I want to highlight the positives about Coach Saban and what he's done at Alabama. And I think that this statement from Miss Terry is a really good starting point, because I think sometimes when we look to Alabama, you look to the wins, the national championships. But did you know that Coach Saban and his foundation, they built 18 homes here through Habitat for Humanity, through the Knicks Kids Foundation here in Tuscaloosa. They were an integral part of rebuilding this city once it got hit by a tornado. Those are lasting things that are going to be lasted, that are going to be in that literally change people's lives, right? Imagine getting a house built for you if you're not in the right spot to buy a house yourself. Like, those are the things that really matter. Like, they came in, and not only did they do a great job on the football field, but they changed a lot of people's life. like life. And when I was talking to Miss Terry just recently, I was asking her about kind of how important it is for her family to give back. And she said that it's just part of the fabric of their family to give back. And then when you're in that position, sure, they're generationally wealthy now, right? Millions of dollars. They could buy a home in Jupiter, Florida, but I guarantee you they can sleep easy at night because they know they're being good people and they know that they helped out people within their own community. And I think as we go forward, it's important to look at them kind of as examples of how to take care of your community, whatever you can do. I'm not saying build a house for somebody, but if you're in that position, you do it. So I really like that. So let me read this statement real quick. This is from Ms. Terry. It's been an incredible run these 17 years at the University of Alabama, and would take us with many amazing memories. We hope that the Saban legacy will be about helping others and making a positive difference in people's lives, as well as winning tradition on the field. Our Knicks Kids Foundation will continue to help children, students, and teachers causes in the state of Alabama. Remember, they always took care of a bunch of teachers within the city, within the state. The rules for the game of football may change. That's interesting. But the process will never go out of style. Hard work, discipline, the relentless pursuit of a worthy goal, not cutting corners, and doing things right for the way of the sake of the constant personal improvement, not for the scoreboard. Alabama will always feel like sweet home to our family, and we'll be cheering Roll Tide. Wow. That's an elegant piece put together right there. I really like it. That's interesting. The wording in that is interesting, right? The rules of the game of football may have changed, but the process will never go out of style. Interesting. The mayor is saying you're about to go 6-6 without the goal. Who knows? These are uncharted territories. There hasn't been another coach since 2005. Let me ask you guys in chat. I'm going to take you guys' calls in just a second. Where were you guys at in 2005? Seriously, 2005. Crimson Tide is like, I feel like someone died. They're putting roses at Coach Saban's statue over here in Little Debbie's. Yeah, it's taking place right now down at the university. He didn't die. He's still around. I think it's going to be hilarious when Coach Saban gives his first comments about, like, what were your thoughts when people were putting roses at your statue? He'll be like, I'm sure he's going to have some hilarious comment about that. 2005, man, I was posted up in DC. I was living in DC. I was still in college, actually. I never thought I'd be covering the Alabama Crimson. Never thought I'd be living in Alabama. Here I am now 7 years, right? Now here I am covering the retirement of Coach Saban. Jimmy Johnson is the best coach of all time. Certainly some of the best hair of all time. I don't know about the best coach of all time. What's up, Eric? I see you inside the comment box, man. All right, let's get to our calls. We got a 973. 1 second. I have to change the audio second. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. All right. Welcome to the show. You're on with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on line with? Where are you calling in from?
Kyle, Chris from New Jersey.
Hey, what's up, Chris? I appreciate you calling in, man. Your thoughts about Coach Saban exiting? Just give it to me, man.
Well, I'm in a state of shock. And the reason why I became a Bama fan was because of Saban. I remember, like, one of the first press conferences he had, and I said, oh, man, who is this guy? I like this guy. So, and at this point, I'm not going anywhere. I'm still Roll Tide. But, hey, Kyle, remember a few months ago that I mentioned to you that he said something cryptic in one of the press conferences, and you and I both talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and how about him thanking the fans, constantly thanking the fans? I think this was in the back of his mind maybe all season.
Mm-hmm.
So where I'm going with this is, this guy is the GOAT. It's a fact. People can write anything they want in these chats. He's got the most championships. He's going to be considered the greatest coach in the history of college football, period. And this guy has been thinking he's been playing three-dimensional chess for years, and he's not going to leave Bama without somebody in place. So Marquise Mays, that tweet that you posted. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's a new coach by Friday. Maybe he has a press conference tomorrow and they name a new coach Friday. T-Rob gets elevated to the DC. I thought the coaches made great points about Kiffin and Dan Lanning, and whoever it is. We'll wish them nothing but the best. But like I said, I'm in a state of shock. The Bama world is in a state of shock. I'm sure you are. We just have to sit back and wait and see what comes.
On with Chris calling in from New Jersey. There's a statement just released from the University of Alabama. It's pretty long-winded. I don't know if I'll go ahead and read through it, but they just announced it, and I'm sure hopefully at some point we get some sort of video content regarding it, but kind of just highlights some stuff about Coach Saban. Retires after 17 seasons, spent 28 years coaching college football, Toledo, Michigan State, LSU, Alabama, won 7 national titles in those 28 years. His first at LSU in 2023, then at Alabama in 2009, 11, 12, 2015, 2017, 2020. Simply put, Nick Saban is one of the greatest coaches of all time in any sport. The University of Alabama is fortunate to have him leading our football program the past 17 years, said Alabama Director of Athletics Greg Byrne. Throughout his career as a head football coach, his teams have won 7 national championships, 11 conference championships, 312 games, and he's developed the NCAA record 49 NFL first-round draft picks, most importantly, hundreds of college graduates, and kind of just goes on and on. And I'm trying to think if it says anything about, what they plan to do. I don't know. They highlight Nick's Kids Foundation. So a lot going on when you look to, Coach Saban exiting out. Anything else, Chris, while I got you on the line before I move to my next caller?
Yeah. So the one thing that's most important is we need you more than ever, Kyle. You got to keep us off the ledge on a hour by hour basis. So keep up the great work, and the coaches were great. And listen, let's pray the next coach is going to be Saban 2.0. So all right, roll tide, and thanks for all the updates, and keep up the great work.
All right, appreciate you, man. Take it easy. All right, Chris calling in. We got a 512. Looks like Demetrius, a 205, a 256. I'll get you guys all in tonight right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Yeah, so if you're just tuning in or whatever, clearly you know that Coach Saban is retiring. Also, you had Ryan Williams was quick to decommit. That was like ready to go. Somebody also said that Daniel Hill decommitted. I'm not able to confirm that. I don't know if he did or not. It is tough to swallow. It is huge news. I think we're all in shock, those that cover Alabama football. It's tough to think about somebody else being the next coach at Alabama, somebody stepping up to that podium. How are they going to lead this program? Have a lot of pieces coming back. We talked about that this morning. You have a quarterback who played in 717 snaps. You have an offensive coordinator who's 31 years old. But with a new coach, will a new regime come in? What are you going to do? Is it going to be a completely like a rehaul of the program? Which guys are going to exit into the transfer portal? Remember, with Coach Saban leaving, you have the next 30 days. The window will be open for players to enter that transfer portal. So curious to see who takes over. I personally, let me ask you, chat, how quickly do you think Alabama will hire its next coach? Do you think by the end of the week, by Friday, or do you think next week? Do you think there'll be some time? I think the quicker the better, because of the fact that the transfer portal window is open again with Coach Saban leaving. If I'm a player, I want to know who's coming in. I want to understand, like, what are they bringing to the table? Who is it going to be? How quickly do you think this is going to be filled? Fast. Broski, what's up? I appreciate you inside the comment box. I think so too. By Friday. That's what people are saying. By Friday. Okay. 512. Let's get it. I appreciate you calling in. You're online with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm in line with and where you calling in from?
How you doing, Kyle? This is Jay Townsend. I'm always listening to your show. You do a great job. I like the coaches that work under you. This is something that you ever had a day where you get up and you feel kind of uneasy about something and you don't know what it is?
Yep.
this kind of was like a gut punch to me. But I kind of saw some signs coming. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because him buying the home in Jupiter, Florida, and then just some of the things that he's said in his conferences and stuff like that, and the way he's handled this team and his coaches. When you look at how we losing coaches right here, we lose coaches, true enough, but the coaches that we lost, I thought it was kind of odd. And I was saying to somebody the other day, Coach Saban may be getting ready to retire. I don't know that, and I hope that's not true, but I really feel like it. But what Ms. Terry said about in her comments, can you put that up there real quick so I can go to Ms. Terry's what she said?
Yeah. It's been an incredible run for these last 17 years.
That she made.
Yeah.
Where she was talking about the changes
Yeah.
and the shortcuts, okay? The shortcuts these kids are taking now, it's all about money. You understand what I'm saying? And the shortcuts with them transferring when they're not happy, because they're not getting on the field. This is the stuff that Coach Saban preached to everybody about. He never promised anybody that they were going to play.
Yep.
He said you can compete. And if you compete and win that position, then you'll play. You know what I'm saying? So these kids taking these shortcuts and then this NIL and all of this stuff, it was something that had him uncomfortable. And I knew that.
I think you bring up a really good point. I just posted a video today talking about entitlement, and it's so interesting that this comes out with this comment right here because it's exactly what we're talking about, right? And I think it's crafted perfectly, right? The rules of the game may have changed, but the process will never go out of style, right? Staying back, working hard, discipline, relentless pursuit of a worthy goal. That is getting on the field. Nothing is promised to you, not cutting corners by jumping. I just talked about this. There's no shortcut to greatness. There's no shortcut to getting onto the field, right? Like this statement is perfectly what I was talking about today. It's like spot on. And I'm glad that those words are crafted within this message. I think this is honestly telling. And look, I'm reading through the lines here. In my opinion, the NIL and the transfer portal had a lot to do with the changing landscape of Coach Saban exiting right now.
But one thing, Cal, I want to say, please don't you leave. I know you said you came here to cover him and his retirement. Please don't leave because I watch you as much as I possibly can. You've been really great for Alabama football, and I'm always going to be a Bama fan. But my prediction, and I feel like Coach Saban is just not walking out the door.
Yeah,
this was pre-planned, and I think they got somebody in mind. For some reason, Lane Kiffin always tagging and always following Alabama football. Don't be surprised if Lane Kiffin ends up being the next coach of Alabama. I hope that he can fill those shoes, but I strongly feel like he may be in the picture.
Yeah.
But that's all I got to say. Roll Tide. Keep doing the good work, man. It's hard getting in to talk to you, but I try as much as I can.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for calling in. I'm glad you got in tonight, and we'll catch up with you next time, man. Appreciate the continued support. All right. Looks like we got a Demetrius who's hopped right in. Let's get Demetrius a shot. Yo, Demetrius, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in. Welcome to the show.
Roll Tide, Cal.
Roll Tide to you, man.
Yeah, it's a rough one. First, the Fat Boys broke up. Now Nick Saban done retired from me on me like this. After I just told a Georgia fan he'll be around another about 5 years, about 4 hours ago. And I want to. I'm a Carolina fan in basketball, and I remember when Dean Smith retired at the end of the year. I mean, that summer, and it was hurting. Everybody wondered what the program was going to do, and 3 national championships later. I mean, you had some down periods like we did between Bear Bryant and Gene Stallings, Coach Saban, but Carolina came back and won championships, and I believe this is going to be the same thing. I mean, this is Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're the cream of the crop. Everybody talks about us. Coach Saban, everybody need to be rah, sis, boom, bar for Coach Saban, because without him, none of these coaches wouldn't be getting the salaries that they're getting. Do you know how many buyouts he done hit
Mm-hmm.
that people have got behind him?
Mm-hmm.
He changed whole college football.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for good and bad. He
Mhm.
brought it to he brought it to a whole different level of people watching college football. I mean, all the rules have been changed just to stop
Mm-hmm.
Coach Nick Saban, and it's finally done reared his head up. NIL, transfer portal, and I believe the doxing of his phone number, calling him and threatening him and stuff like that. That just took things too far.
Mm-hmm.
I really did hate that when his phone number got given out. But I do remember all the good times.
I forgot about it. So Demetrius is talking about, so this year, it was after the college football playoffs were released that Coach Saban's phone number was released. And Coach Saban said he had hundreds of calls, right? And people were like, well, who were they from? And Coach Saban said he was like, mostly people from Florida. And they was like, well, what did they call you? And he was like, every name in the book. But I think like when we look back, we could totally see some of this was coming, right? I mean, him running to the fans, I think that was a huge sign. I think him talking and saying thank you to everybody was a huge sign. So, the writing was on the wall when you look back. Man, I didn't think that he would leave without winning another national title. But I think the NIL and the transfer portal and the recruiting calendar being pushed up, and that's so much to deal with. And I think, with him, also another sign was him buying his house in Jupiter. Alex Gollash from South Florida. I don't think he's a head coach, but I think he's a great assistant, 100%. Here's Coach Saban has an announcement too. Let me get that to you guys as quickly as I can. Go ahead, Demetrius. Finish out, man.
And with you saying a few of them things, I don't believe Coach Saban gonna lead this program just like a fart in the wind. He gonna stick around and make sure the program is in good hands for here and for the future, because this is something that he built. And he want to see it. He want to see the legacy live on. And I'm gonna say this, and I can leave. I'm gonna let somebody else get a phone call in.
Mm-hmm.
My heartbreaking times in my life, when I broke my Optimus Prime transformer when I was in the 2nd grade. I broke it. My mom and dad went by me enough, and I was heartbroken. Dean Smith retired from college basketball, and when the first time I got my heart broke by this girl I was in love with, my heart dropped to my stomach when I seen her getting in the car with another man. And Coach Saban retired. I mean, it's just, but we gonna be all right. Like I say, I'm a Carolina fan in basketball, and they bounced back. And I promise this last thing I'm gonna say. Roy Rim said something when he retired from coaching basketball at Carolina. It's a connection you have with these younger people that you don't have. He was like, they'll call him and be like, Coach, man, I had my first child. I got me a good job. These kids don't. It's a different time, and it's best to go out on top than having any kind of controversy. So we all wish Coach Saban the best. He ain't going nowhere yet. His name gonna live on forever. Roll Tide, and I'm listening to what everybody else got to say.
All right, man. Take it easy, man. Appreciate you being here. That's Demetrius calling in. We got a 205, a 256, a 205, and a 205 on the back end. Get to you guys in just a second. Here's Coach Saban's official statement. I'll go ahead and read that out for you guys right here. This is just in. The University of Alabama has been a very special place to Terry and me, Saban said. We have enjoyed every minute of our 17 years being the head coach at the University of Alabama, as well as becoming a part of the Tuscaloosa community. It is not just about how many games we won and lost. It's about the legacy and how we went about it. We always try to do it the right way. The goal was always to help players create more value for their future, be the best player they could be, and be more successful in life because they were part of the program. Hopefully, we have done that, and we will always consider Alabama our home. That is the official statement from Coach Saban that has just been released. I'll leave that up on the screen for you guys to check out. Coach Saban's official statement is in. Go right back to the phone lines. Kyle Henderson at Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, and subscribe. We appreciate you guys being here for our continuing coverage of Coach Saban retiring after an incredible run at the University of Alabama, and really overall just an incredible coaching career. Monumental day, what we're covering right now. 2:05, let's do it. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
What's up, Kyle? Uncle Charles, baby. What's that?
Uncle Charles, man, I appreciate you being here. It seems like your spirits are still buoyed, man. Thank you for being here, man. What's on your mind, man? Take it away.
Let me tell y'all something. We have to understand that Nick Saban is 70-something years old. And at some point, he want to do something else with his life. But you know who we need to be talking about is Miss Terry, because she made a sacrifice for all these years, giving her husband to us, and sharing her husband with the great state of Alabama and the University of Alabama. So kudos to Miss Terry. Thank you, Miss Terry, because you did one great job as a wife. So I thank you for that. Let me tell you something, y'all. Things change. I just lost my uncle a couple of weeks ago, and my best friend died on the 7th. His name is Coach Dude. He loved Alabama. He passed away. And you know what the last thing he said to me? He said, Uncle Charles, I love you, bro. I said, I love you too, man. And that was the last time I talked to him. I'd rather have a retired Nick Saban than a late Nick Saban. So thank you, Coach Saban. Thank you for your love and your understanding. And know that we just fans and our families, we sad, but we also happy. I looked at Nick Saban. I came on this show a month and a half ago, and I said I would not be surprised if Nick Saban come up and said he's done. I said that on this show. And today is today. I said it. I felt it because I thought he was going to retire last year. I saw it in his face. He want to go and play some golf. Let him go play golf. Let him go fish. Let him go. Let him go take trips with Miss Terry. It's time for his next stage. Like, he's a grandfather. He's a father. Hey, man, I thank Coach, because you find out about a lot of people when tragedy happens. And Coach was the first one on the ground when that tornado come through the state of Alabama. He was out there. So he wasn't just a football coach. He was more than that. And I can say this in closing. Bob Bryant passed away. Let me tell you something. I ain't never seen the whole state was shut down. You couldn't get a cold drink at the package store. That's how important Bob Bryant was. Because he was in everybody's home in Alabama. Whether you was Auburn or Alabama, you respected Paul Bob Bryant. Nick Saban is going off into the circuit. He's doing his thing. But thank God that he's still here with us, and we can still see him, but he just won't be on the sideline. And I want to say this to you, Cal. You have done a great job covering Alabama. You're one of the best and will be one of the greatest. You are one of the, what the future, this is what the future should look like. When I see you, you are what the future should be. We got good things in this world and bad things in this world. And you're one of the good things that came through here. And I appreciate you, brother. I love you, bro. And I want you to not be so down. Say a little prayer tonight for Nick Saban. We all should say a prayer for Nick Saban and hope that he finds something that he likes to do. And that's all I got to say, man.
I appreciate you, Uncle Charles, man. Thanks for calling in, man. Real call for sure, man. I appreciate you. I'll catch you on the other side, man. That was Uncle Charles with a really good call. I appreciate it. You know, it's not really the gas up, you know, it's just like, I appreciate it. You know, real recognize real. And I think sometimes the way that, you know, I've always handled my show, I try to be real with you guys. My number one goal, honestly, you know what my goal is besides being consistent, is to treat people with respect. So, you know, whether you're trolling in the comment box, like Evan, he might be mad. He might be upset. You know, I bet you we be friends. So I try to treat people with respect, because I know that, you know, when you're positive, it replicates throughout, you know, everything else in life. So I try to have that outlook, but I'm just like you know, I get stressed out, whatever the case is, you know, work, you know, gets to me. But, you know, today we're talking about Coach Saban, and rightfully so, after an incredible career. So we go right back to the phone lines with the 256. All right, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson, who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Yeah, this is Reggie from Huntsville.
What's up, Reggie? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show.
Yes, I had a question about if Kiffin is named the head coach. I think he would do wonders with Milroe, as far as, you know, tailoring the offense around him like he did with Jalen Hurts.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would be a extra fine combination together. Also, one thing you said about the 30-day window that players could transfer out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at the same time, I'm thinking if Kiffin did come, that number one portal class, they could actually transfer with him, right?
I was thinking the same thing. I think so. Can you imagine that if all those guys, I mean, was it a coincidence that some of those guys were driving Ferraris? I don't know. I mean, who knows? I mean, it's kind of interesting how that works out. But I think to get to your first point about Lane Kiffin, I kind of like that. I think he's my first pick, 100%. I think it's over Dan Lanning, and here's why. I think from number one, there's a lot of history here. Number two, I think Lane has done a lot of growing up. I know he trolls and stuff like that on Twitter. Besides that, I think he's done a lot of growing up in the sense from a football coach. People can say he hasn't won a big game. His only two losses were to Georgia and to Alabama this past year. And I think he does a really good job from the offensive schematic standpoint. What I mean by that is he could come in. He knows how to drive a Ferrari. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Tommy Rees knows how to drive a Ferrari yet. I don't know if he ever will be able to. But Lane Kiffin, you give him the keys to the Ferrari, he's going to do things with the Ferrari that you've never seen. He's going to take it to the ultimate max of what a Ferrari can do or what a Porsche can do, right? Hug the curves, hug the lines. Like, he's going to be able to do dynamic things with Isaiah Bond, Kendrick Lamar. And if I'm Ryan Williams, and if I learn that Lane Kiffin is the coach, I realize that I decommitted from Alabama way too soon. And I think players want to play for Lane. People want to cover Lane. Lane continues to keep your program at the upper echelon because of his overall personality. He says what he wants. He says what's on his mind. On the other side, if it is Dan Lanning, I don't even know if these are the top two. How do these become the top two candidates? It kind of seemed like the likely case. If you're Dan Lanning's he's a hell of a defensive coach. Right. And I think he's young, and the thing that I like more about Dan Lanning is it seems like he has a little bit more fire in his belly than Lane does. But I don't know. I've seen Lane pretty pissed off as well. But anyways, what else is on your mind?
I would just say about Dan Lanning, I say he's an excellent ace recruiter. I mean, he can bring it home. And Lane Kiffin, like I said, Lane Kiffin, I feel like Alabama, whatever coach it will be, they will want a commitment from them. Not a coach that's coming in for 2 or 3 years, 3 or 4 years, have a good season, leave. I just feel like they will want at least a 10-year commitment.
Yeah, I think the next coach in line is going to also be judged at the highest level. Like, okay, welcome to Alabama. Make the playoffs and win the national title this year. Like, there's no, and of course, now with the 12-team playoff, you're going to make it. Alabama's going to make the playoffs. But it's going to be like the semifinals or you're out of here. Can you imagine? Like people were mad this year that Coach Saban lost the game in week 2. You seen the schedule this next year? There's a lot. I mean, you could very well lose 2 games, 3 games. I mean, you have Georgia at the front end, and then you have on the back of the season. I mean, the middle of the season's tough as well, and then the back end you have Oklahoma and Auburn back to back, right?
Right.
I mean, imagine and now in the SEC, how it works is the number 1 and number 2 make the SEC championship game. Imagine if this next coach, whoever it is, doesn't make the SEC championship game. Yikes.
Yeah. Probably get some bricks for Christmas.
Yeah, right. All right, man. Anything else? Any other final comments before I move on?
Oh yeah, I just want to thank you, man. So you're doing a hell of a job, man. I mean, I've been watching you for some years. I mean, for some years, and you've come a long way. And you know, the coverage that you do and everything, and it's, I mean, it's something that, you know, not only me, but, you know, a lot of guys I work with. I work, you know, at the post office.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us look forward to watching your show.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you very much for the compliments, man. Call in anytime. I'm really glad that you're here. I'm glad that we had some dialogue. I enjoyed talking with you. Please call again next time.
All right, thanks.
All right, take it easy. Yeah, you know, good call. Appreciate it. A lot of people saying, let me just straight up ask chat, okay? I don't know if these are the top 2 candidates. There might be somebody else. Just post a K inside the comment box for Kiffin and an L for Lanning inside the comment box. Who is your choice for the if you're Greg Byrne and those are your 2 choices, who do you want? Just Kiffin or Lanning? Just let me know inside the comment box right now. Go ahead. Well, I'll do that. We got a next call coming in. It's a 205. We'll do that right now. I really appreciate you being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with and where you calling in from?
Bailey from Douglas, Alabama.
What's up, Bailey? I appreciate you joining the show, man. Hope you're having a good evening. Go ahead, man. Welcome to the show. Take it away.
All right. Well, I had my cousin and my uncle. They both texted me around the same time. They said, Nick Saban retired. And I was like, there's no way. So I'm all on Twitter. And then I got to thinking, whenever I just realized his time's over, that if it's Lane Kiffin, I think we'll be good with offense. The defense, I don't know how well we'll be.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know how well he is with defense of coordinators.
What if he brings back Pete Golding? That's scary, buddy.
I don't know about that one.
How crazy would that be? Because Alabama needs a defensive coordinator and an offensive coordinator. Oh my goodness, that scares me.
Yeah.
Plot twist. Oh man, I don't think Greg Byrne would let that happen, or Saban. He come back to coach.
I don't think there would either.
What were you what were you thinking when did you see they're like posting roses and little Debbie's outside of Coach Saban's statue? You see that?
Yeah, I did, and I seen some Dr. Pepper cans out there, and I seen a video just a few seconds ago on Twitter where there was just a bunch of students just everywhere around. I think it was just the entire front of the stadium.
Yeah.
And just a ton of people out.
Yeah, people trying to process it in all different ways, shapes and forms. This is the photo right here that I'm talking about, and I'm sure there's more little Debbies lined up right now. But as you can see, there's the little Debbies. I don't even know if Coach Saban drinks Coke, but the Coke is like a symbolic form of the Coke at the podium, right? That we're always used to seeing. That's going to be really weird to see. That's going to, because, the press conference is where you get some of your knowledge. I mean, I personally get knowledge and wisdom from Coach Saban up at the podium. Like, you listen to those first 3 minutes and you can rewatch them, re-listen to them. My goodness, man, that's a lot to dive into. And not having that anymore, the next coach in line has some big shoes to fill for sure, 100%. What else you got, Bailey?
Oh, yeah. What would you think? Okay, with all the recruiting being, or the transfer portal being opened up, who do you think will leave and who do you think will stay? You got any that you know just will leave?
I don't know. I think that's like under the impossible questions, because you're just like, it's completely open now. I mean, which guys were Saban guys and which guy. I think actually that's why I think Alabama has to. How about this? We're going to know more based off how quickly Alabama can make a hire within their next coach, because I think it's so important, because the players need to know. And I think I just saw it on Twitter that none of the assistant coaches knew that Coach Saban was going to retire. That's what's floating around on Twitter right now. So I think the quicker you make a decision, and the players deserve that. The players deserve for Alabama to make a quick decision, not a rush decision, but I think that you have to, make a educated decision, get your guy in so you can keep your players. Because if this drags out, who's going to be the interim coach, right? Then you run into stuff like that with the transfer window opening. No. Like, you make this decision by Friday, right? That somebody is saying, by Friday. I think even Josh Pate, who, you guys know, he's absolutely dialed in the world of college football, specifically on Alabama. I mean, the guy is, he's the king of college football. He was saying that he expects the hire to be soon as possible. It makes total sense with that thought process. And just because we're talking about now, like with the transfer portal opening, the players have to know, look, this is going to be the guy, feel good about it. And I think overall, like from a PR standpoint too, like, I think if you were to go with Dan Lanning or Kiffin, those are two names that you're excited about. Honestly, I'm excited about either of those names. So anyways, anything else, Bailey, before I move to my next call?
I think that's about it for me.
All right, appreciate it, man. Call again tomorrow, whatever. I'll be on, pretty much for the rest of my life, here following Coach Saban's departure.
Oh, yeah.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, got a 205, a 573, and a 334. I'm going to take these calls, and then we'll see where we're at. But truth be told, just like you, I'm a parent, and I have my kids with me, so I fed them, but I need to make sure that they're all, set for school tomorrow. I'm a father first. I got to take care of my kids. And if you're a parent out there as well, you know the drill. This is a school night. Actually, the kids didn't have the high school kid. My son is a freshman. They didn't have school this past Tuesday because of those storms. And the storms were pretty bad here on Monday. So they didn't have school on Tuesday. And then someone called in from Pensacola, and I asked them if they're okay. So if you're in South Alabama, I know, or going into Florida, Western Florida, the Panhandle, I know that the storms were really bad, and I hope you guys are okay, because those storms were a lot worse than I anticipated them to be. And I think the storms might be bad again on Friday. So certainly with the weather being out here, my thoughts and prayers to anybody who, went through that weather front just recently. With that said, we move to I've been spelling Kiffin wrong. Yeah, it's not. It's just Kiffin. That's it. Here we go with the 205. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson, who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from? Hey, what's up, man? You're 205. You're up. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hello?
Yes, hi. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening.
Can you turn down the background audio so I can hear you better?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead. Welcome to the
LaDonna calling from Birmingham.
I'm sorry, I missed your first name?
LaDonna.
Okay. Hi, LaDonna. Welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Hi, how are you? First of all, I want to say I enjoy your show. I'm an import from California, and I just got into Alabama football in '95. I wasn't really watching it then, but as soon as Nick Saban got hired, I was dialed in. And I'm pretty sure for some of the people that are Bama fans, it does feel like a passing, so to speak, because he's been a part of it for so long. And I just became a fan um, and a working fan. I work at the stadiums every home game, and I immensely enjoy it. I've never been in that type of situation or in a game time atmosphere like that in my life coming to California, and I love college football. But with that being said, I am sad that he's gone. I even cried a little. If I even cried a little. But the standard of play at Alabama is very high. So my question is, do you think that any of the early enrollees that are there now are going to stay? And I just heard that Ryan Williams decommitted, which I believe he did that too soon.
Me too.
Do you think that anybody else that's committed in this upcoming class is going to stay, or are they going to wait until they decide what's going on? Because the players do have a right to know. And I just wanted to know, why do you think at this stage that he wanted to retire and or wait until after he may have won possibly another championship, or what? What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I mean, so first of all, I think that in terms of players exiting the program, I think there's definitely going to be more guys that shuffle out because of, just Coach Saban is their guy. And I think it caught a lot of people off guard. Ryan Williams was quick to hit it. And I think that, he probably should have waited to at least see who the new coach is going to be. Can you imagine if it is Lane Kiffin, like an offensive-minded coach? Like, Kiffin could get Ryan Williams the ball that he hasn't even dreamed about, right? And so I think he hit it too soon. But I think depending on the hire, I think, it's going to, the players are going to have their right to be able to stick around, hear that coach out, or hit the transfer portal. So I don't know which players particularly are early enrollees, but I'm sure if you just got here and you had spoken to, your family and parents about coming here and Coach Saban and this and that, and then he's leaving, it is a cause for concern because he's no longer the GOAT, is the head man, right? I think that... why did Coach Saban leave? Well, these are rumors, are that, it had to do with NIL. The rumors are out there that, something with, I saw someone inside the comment box say something about Miss Terry. I don't know any of that. I did get a lot from Miss Terry's message through Nick's Kids Foundation when she said that the rules of college football may have changed, but the process will always stay the same. Think about that.
Right.
Like, that tells me that I think that the NIL, can you imagine, like, Coach Saban was approached, I think it was by Jordan Addison a couple years ago, probably not by him directly, but by agents, because agents are running things right now, that they wanted like $2.5 million for a wide receiver to come to Alabama. So all this stuff is, a lot of things are out of your control. But when Coach Saban runs such a tight ship, I think sometimes almost like you don't want the inmates to start running the asylum overall. I think that, a lot of the entitlement has got to him. And I think it came to the point to where with everything kind of smushed together in November and in December, that's a lot. He said he was tired plenty of times, and this was a high anxiety year for a lot of people. I mean, you deal with like blood pressure out there, whatever. I mean, this was real. This is a lot to deal with for anybody. I can't even imagine for him. So he is 72 years old. He has coached for a long time. I personally thought he'd stick around for this next season because they clearly have a shot with all the talent coming back. But I don't know. I'm still kind of wondering, are we going to figure out like what was the reason? Because one of the things that just came out is that the coaches didn't know that he was going to retire. So what happened?
I'm sure they didn't.
Right? Like,
yeah, and I remember him saying a long time ago that he would not know what to do if he would retire.
Yeah.
And this was about 2 or 3 years ago
Yeah.
he said this.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking what changed, is it, I know he's been under a lot of pressure and I hear about the loyalty thing. I
Mhm.
heard this a couple of days ago on the Bama Standard with Justin Riley. I heard that and I said, well, he has a loyalty to veteran players, yes.
Mhm.
And just like I said, with him saying that a few years ago that he wouldn't know what to do with himself if he did retire.
Mhm.
And a lot of us seen the writing on the walls when he bought the house in Jupiter, when he bought the couple of more Mercedes-Benz dealerships
Yeah.
and things like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I seen it, but then a lot of people didn't want to believe it.
Yeah.
And that's why they're building a big old memorial around his statue
Mhm.
because, and I say that, and I know that sounds morbid, but it does feel like a death.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah. 100%.
Because of him being there for so long and the standard they have set
Mhm.
with that. So yeah, like over time, a lot of us will get over it. But, for me personally, I love the way he has set the standard for some of these players and how far they have gotten in life and in a career after college football. And I wish him all the best. I wish him luck in whatever he's doing. And that's all I have to say. And thank you so much. I just became a fan of yours. So this is my first time calling into your show, and I appreciate what you're doing for University of Alabama.
All right. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for calling in, and I'll catch up with you next time. Please call again. Thanks, LaDonna.
Okay, I will. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. See ya. All right. I think we have a overseas call. We'll take that right now. I'll try to get to as many as I can, and then I'm going to dip out. And, of course, I'll be back on tomorrow morning for an extended show. We'll continue to cruise through this. And of course, if you're new here, hit the thumbs up to the channel, but also hit the subscribe button. When you hit the subscribe button, you're notified when we post videos. I post videos that are relevant to Alabama football content and, of course, live coverage. So you can be notified every single time that we drop a new video. It really helps when you guys subscribe, hit the thumbs up. The super chats are greatly appreciated. Help take care of the coaches and other expenses that we have right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I am independent. This is my job. Just like you have your full-time job, this is my full-time job. And I'm trying to do this full-time. I was able to do it during the football season. Sometimes January and February are tough months to skate through, but we have a good plan in place, and of course when news doesn't stop, it definitely helps out from the YouTube perspective. But I really appreciate you guys being here and supporting the channel. So with that said, we take our next call. I think it's overseas. Let's go for it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Kyle, good evening. My name is Louis. I'm calling from Medellin, down in Colombia in South America. How you doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you calling in. I've always wanted to check out Colombia. I know that Medellin looks like an incredible city, and I would love to check out Bogota as well. Huge fan of the coffee and everything that kind of exists with the Colombian culture. There's one particular place like in Medellin that I'd like to check out. Is like they're roller skating through like the freeways or the highways. They kind of close things down, and you have like the mountains in the backdrop. Looks incredible. So I definitely love to get down to Colombia at some point. You know what I'm talking about? Have you heard this before?
Well, first and foremost, let me tell you, I'm 55 years old. I'm not a U.S. citizen. I was born here in Medellin. The reason why I speak the language is because back in the mid 70s, my parents decided to go to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
So I spent quite some time there in school, elementary, junior high, high school, all that, and came back. And but I keep, going back and forth all the time. So yeah, I was born in Medellin. I live in Medellin, so I know exactly what you're talking about. And yeah, more than welcome. I hope you can come down here sometime. The weather's, I'm not to brag because it's my city, but it is the best weather. We're surrounded by mountains. It's a valley, and it's just.
You know what? You
could
get
Although we have a bad reputation because of the situation back in the 80s, but
well, everybody, every place.
That's what it is. Yeah.
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 So someone's saying that it's you're using a voice changer. Yeah, no, I definitely. As long as you got a really good internet, I'm good for it. Anyways, what's on your mind, man? Go ahead, take it away.
Well, number one, I had the huge privilege back in 2 years ago to there was a show, or I assume it was going to be aired this year as well. The Hey Coach show. So I had the immense privilege to be able to call. This is my second call to any of the shows. I really don't. I watch you a lot, and I know you do a magnificent job, very professional, I have to say, and I'm very happy that you're really doing things great. And I call that show the next Thursday after that Saturday game against Auburn that went to 2 overtimes. It was the craziest game in the world. So I had the privilege to talk to Coach. I didn't call to ask him any questions, just to thank him for all the happiness. I don't know how many miles, 4,000 miles away between Medellin and Alabama. 5,000, I don't know how many. But I felt so honored to just, because what all the Alabama fans have experienced right now since Nick Saban came in, developing and all that. There's a similar situation here with our soccer team that I've witnessed since when I was 20, 21, that I saw that grow, and it lasted like for 12 years. So it was an amazing thing. So I always linked that. I always told my wife, we've been together 40 years now. We've been together since we were 15. And I told her, you know what? They keep beating that drum over there in the U.S. saying, well, he should retire. Well, he's too old. Where is it? I always told her, the day he really decides to go away, I want to see what they're going to do. This is not about clicking off a switch and bring another one in and just plug it in and keep going. No.
Yeah.
No. It's a different thing. So I really got really frustrated and mad when I don't even have social media, just because I never liked it. But just looking at these people over there saying, well, he should retire this and that. These people are nuts. This guy winning championships. It's not easy. You have Kirby Smart with Georgia that had 2 championships, great. Really well earned, all that, great. But he had 2. Michigan just got this, and I was very confident Alabama was going to make it. I swear to God, I told my wife, this is going to be the greatest one. In my heart, that's what I felt.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, he's got one. The guy from Ohio had another one. I mean, this guy had 6, and for some reason, 6 it seems to be less than 2. Like 2 was more, like 1 was more than 6. I never comprehend the math behind it. But this guy has 6 championships. What are you talking about? So me from afar, 4,000 miles away.
Yeah.
I see things differently than from your guys over there watching. I watch college football every single Saturday. Now I watch it, but I get like a different view from 5,000 miles away. So now that he's out, I just hope deeply, really, really hope that make the right decision, the right call to hire the proper guy to take over, because it's a giant monument to hold. This is not easy. So I will always remain a huge fan. By the way, little quick story, the reason why I'm a Bama fan. When I was in elementary school in Miami, one of my teachers, he was a huge Bama fan.
Mm-hmm.
I always saw the guy as a huge, gigantic guy wearing an Alabama hat, and I always thought about that. Wow, Alabama! That really stuck in my heart. So that he was the reason why I became an Alabama fan, while the rest of my school was, of course, University of Miami fans. But in any case, I am very sad that we all knew this was going to happen. We never thought it was going to happen this year. I assumed a couple of years from now, maybe 1 more year, if give and take. But this was very devastating for me when I was just watching TV, and I always check your channel. I was like, let me see what Kyle's updating with the transfer portal and all this and that. When I saw Nick Saban retiring, I was, wait a minute. I went back, and then I went back in. I was like, well, no, this something go wrong here. So I went back in and checked you out. And I was, oh my God, Nick Saban is out? How is this possible? So in any case, to all the Alabama fans that I consider a family, just stay strong. Hopefully we can hire the proper person. And huge fan of your show, 5,000 miles away. I'm a loyal fan of yours over here. Hopefully you can come down here to Medellin sometime. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you'll like it. 1,000% guarantee you're going to love it. And you know, that's all I got to say. You do a great job. I don't have to tell you this because everybody that calls you tells you the same thing. So, but you really do. And I'm sad about Nick Saban, but at the same time, you know, probably the NIL, few things that he wasn't swallowing, like probably he got tired of people asking for money and not being loyal. He really, you know, like he had it. That was it, you know. I just hope they don't bring any crazy coach just because he provides a lot of clicks on Twitter or YouTube or God knows what. Someone that really keeps this rolling, you know. And just to close shop here, because I know you got other callers, and to take care of your kids, like you just mentioned, Lane Kiffin, you know, I think he most likely would be the one that can actually keep this moving forward. You know, besides that he was trolling Nick Saban over the Twitter and all that, that's nonsense. I don't pay attention to that. But schematically, yeah, and he's a smart guy. So I would have might be wrong. I'm no expert at all. But I would say Lane Kiffin would be, like, to me, the perfect guy at the moment to take over. I might be wrong, but it's just my honest opinion on it. And then again, my friend, thanks so much for taking my call. I tried to call you twice. I don't know if you noticed. Yeah. This few days, 2 or 3 days ago. But since it's an international call, I get cut off. When, like, after 20 minutes on hold, it just goes off. And I was like, man, I want to call this guy.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man, and I'll
occasion because of Nick Saban retiring.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate the support from Columbia, man, and I'll catch up with you next time. All right. See you, buddy.
Yes, man.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
All right. I think that was our first caller from Columbia. We had another call today. This morning was from England. It was from DeAndre, and he's in the United States military. He's overseas. We get a lot of overseas calls from people who are serving the United States military. And by the way, if you are serving this great country, we really appreciate you. We understand that freedom is not free. So thank you very much for your service to this great country. Thank you very much to all the men and servicewomen overseas protecting this great country. Definitely a civilian salute from me to you. I'm going to take a couple more calls, and if I don't get you in tonight, I will get you guys in tomorrow. And we'll continue to talk about it. I mean, people are saying, you know, the rumor is that people could find out as soon as tomorrow if the next coach is going to be announced. I don't know if that's the case, but we will definitely keep you posted. I mean, we'll be on it. So I'm right here in Tuscaloosa, not far from the university. In fact, I was working out at the university today. A lot of people who know and follow me, I'm part of F3, which is basically fitness, fellowship, and faith. And we work out at 5:30 in the morning, rain or shine. It's pure lead. And we get after it. It's a boot camp style, and I've met some really great men. I've actually done a lot of growing up as a person there because you're around men who are leaders within the community, and we get after it. I mean, it's one time I wore my watch, and I hit like 875 calories or whatever. So we definitely grinded out. And I was down there at the university today. There's a lot of ROTC members at the University of Alabama, believe it or not. There's like, today I saw probably like 350. But anyways, I feel like if you can win the day, you can win the morning, you can win the day. And I feel it gives me a lot of energy throughout. Plus, I feel I'm proud of myself. It's cold as hell out there. It's not like I get up and I'm like, woo, woo, I'm going to work out. No, today I was out of gas. I couldn't see it was foggy. It was freezing, but still got the workout in. It's important to get those endorphins going, especially for me. Anyways, this will probably be my last call. I know there's a lot of callers on, and I appreciate you guys being patient. If I didn't get to you, don't hold it against my heart. Hold it against kind of just the time frame of this all. But this is a 334. Let's get it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Carol, I'll say this. I don't want to say my name. I have called and talked to you before.
Okay.
The reason I'm saying this is, I'm from the Mobile area, okay, and I hate the fact we're losing Coach Saban. I wish him the best of luck, him and Miss Terry, on their retirement. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I can't wait to see the day that I get to retire, and not say I ain't got to go to work. But I would like to reach out and say that, everybody talks about, and I've seen this over the last couple of days, especially with with Ryan, I guess, officially making his decommitment official today with Alabama. I will say this, this whole decommitment, Alabama, people down here around Mobile have been seeing it coming, even back during high school football season.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone to several Saraland games this year.
Mm-hmm.
Watched Ryan play. Watched him play last year, and I don't know if you've ever had the chance to meet Ryan, but Ryan is a very outstanding student and young man, and I see him going a long way in life. And I wish him the best of the luck of whatever decision he does make. I don't want to. I know several people I've seen already tonight are like, well, why did he decommit just because Saban retired? I don't think that's a reason. I mean, people don't realize Ryan's dad played football at Auburn. And I don't know if people know that, but I think his dad played football at Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that out of the state championship game when Saraland was in Tuscaloosa playing Clay Chalkville, Auburn's head coach was on the sideline on Saraland's side that night.
Mm-hmm.
He's been trying to flip him to go to Auburn ever since. And I don't know. I'm not going to tell you 100% he's going to Auburn. He may be going somewhere else. But and there was a lot of talk about you hear all these bad things of when things bad happen. When we lost that second game to Texas. I mean, that game to Texas early in the season, everybody's like, fire this coach, fire this coach. I'm going to tell you, it got bad when Saraland lost the state championship game because they're like, fire the head coach. Fire this coach. This person don't need to be on the field. It was bad, And as an Alabama fan, and I've been an Alabama fan since the day I was born. And, I have a 22, I have a son. He's an Auburn fan. I deal with it, and it is what it is. And as an Alabama fan, growing up and watching Alabama football, I'm thankful that I'm an Alabama fan. Because, I was born in the 70s. I was born in 78. So I don't remember the Bear Bryant years. But, for all the years between Bear Bryant and Nick Saban, and I know what we went through. I remember when Gene Stallings was there and, Mike Shula and all of them. And I think, Coach Saban retiring, it's going to be some very big shoes to fill. And I think everybody knows that. But this is, when Malamore, they say, was the reason Nick Saban came to Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So with Ben, Malamore's athletic, we've got another athletic director. He's been there since Saban's been there. Back years ago, they used to say, if you did not have ties to Alabama, you weren't coaching at Alabama. You think we'll go back to that? And the only reason I say that is if you look at the coaches that are coaching today, how many actually have ties to Alabama? And what I mean by ties, who's played at Alabama, like Dabo Sweeney, somebody like that, or Lane Kiffin coaching under Saban, or Sarkisian coaching under Saban as an assistant, are we going back to those days where you got to have ties to Alabama to come to Alabama and be a head football coach?
I don't think so. I think you have to. The next coach has to be somebody who is not only an elite recruiter, because I don't even think this world of college football is about recruiting. Think about all the grind and the helicopter rides that Coach Saban did for recruiting. I think it's more about simply managing this NIL deal and making sure that these players are taken care of, not only from the monetary standpoint, but also development. I think that recruiting, it's great to have a number 2 recruiting class, number 1 recruiting class. I think recruiting is completely outdated now. Like, those players, you think they're really going to be here for 3 years? No. Like, it's all about X's and O's and schematics and winning and getting to the playoffs and getting the semifinals and winning a state title or national title. It's no longer about the recruiting class. How long do you think this class that just signed with Alabama, how long do you think these guys are going to be here? You think all of them are going to be here for 3-4 years? No. Like, none.
Well, let me ask you this. I know we're supposed to have the Julian saying. I mean, he's committed to Alabama. Do you see him, being that Nick Saban is now retired, do you see him leaving?
I think anybody could leave now besides Jalen Milroe and some of the guys that he has coming back. I think depending on who the coach is, I think you're going to see guys hit the portal. Why not? Coach Saban's not here, right? Like, he was the one common denominator. No matter, like, it was the OC, the DC. How many OCs have I seen? And I've just been here since 2016. Let's see. I saw the end of Lane Kiffin. I saw Brian DeBall. I saw Mike Loxley. I saw Steve Sarkisian. I saw Bill O'Brien. And now you have Tommy Rees. All those guys had different elements, but the one common, and you had Pete Golding, and you had a couple of defensive coordinators that have changed, but not many. But the one common component was Coach Saban, because, despite what we're talking about with Ryan Williams, the key factor is that Coach Saban was there. I mean, who knows where this program goes? You have Coach Saban controlled everything at the program. Every single thing with the organization. So whoever steps into this next spot, who's going to be really kind of the puppeteer? I don't know. Who knows what it's going to look like? And if I'm a player here, I'm just waiting to see who's going to be here, how it's going to work out. I don't know if there's going to be a mass exodus, but there could be. We're talking about the greatest college football coach ever, right? I mean, things are going to change here. And when things change at Alabama, from what I understand, they change quickly.
Yeah.
So,
and see, this, used to, if you look back over the years, the coaches, like, and I'm just guessing off the top of my head, is, Nick Saban has set such a high standard. We have set such a high standard in Alabama. You've got to win an SEC championship. We want to be in the playoffs. We want to be contenders every year for the national championship.
Mm-hmm.
all right, with the 12-team playoff happening, I look honestly, I 2 or 3 SEC schools in this country with 2 losses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And my thing is this, they say, it's going to be harder to win a national championship with 15 playoff. And really it is, because you're going to have to play 2 or 3 extra games to reach that national championship.
Yeah.
It's not like the BCS there or the 14 playoff right now where you have to win 1 to get there.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to win 2 or 3 games. But, what, in your opinion, who do you see makes the best fit as of today to come in and fill the Coach Saban's shoes?
I've been saying Lane Kiffin. I think Lane Kiffin is the coach that's able to come in. He has history here with the Alabama Crimson Tide. I think if he comes in and he has all these offensive weapons, I think he could do a lot of damage instantly. Now, I understand that he just signed all these guys from the portal. Those guys could probably enter the portal as well. And then you have some sort of crazy super class that has come to Alabama, and I feel good about it. I think that a lot of people kind of rest easy if Lane Kiffin is the coach. Dan Lanning coming over, I think, makes a lot of sense as well. From a defensive standpoint, Coach Saban is a defensive-minded coach. So you have someone coming in with a lot of fire in their belly. But again, it could be a bidding war. Alabama certainly has money, but Phil Knight, you think he wants Oregon's program to go away? No, they have as much money as he wants. That's Nike. But I got to run to my next caller. I appreciate you calling in, and call again next time. I appreciate the first call, because when you first called, you told me all about what was going to happen with Ryan Williams, and it happened. So there was a lot of validity to the first call, and I appreciate you calling in tonight.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
All right, man. Take it easy. See ya. Fam, you guys in. I appreciate you guys joining the show today. Coach Prime already on the plane. It's been a busy day covering Alabama football once again. As you can see, we're closing in on 100,000 subscribers. But that's not the end goal. I'm not trying to get here and then bounce out. I'm not Coach Saban. I still have to prove myself. I still have to continue to show consistency in my performance. I think I did that last year. I think I did that last month. But can you do that again? Can you continue to perform at a very high level? Can you continue to treat people with the level of respect that you did before? Those are my thoughts and my aspirations going forward. I want to continue to level up on the business. I want to continue to cover Alabama football. I want to add some other elements to the show. So job's not finished when we get to 100,000 subscribers, right? Job's not finished, and that's kind of the mindset that I have. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much for joining me tonight. If I didn't get you in the call-in show, hit me up in the morning. I'm going to get the kids settled tonight. I'm going to eat some food, and then I'm going to hop back on tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time and come back with another live show for you guys to call, and we can continue to break this. And then every time there is news, whether that's the transfer portal, whether we learn about the next coach for Alabama football, we'll bring that right here to you on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys supporting the coaches. I appreciate you guys supporting the channel. I appreciate you guys supporting me and everything else. I'm going to leave this graphic up for the time being. I'm going to come back and end the stream a little bit later. You guys stay in the chat. But this is Coach Saban retiring. I'm going to work on some other projects that you guys will see right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Stay hard, stay the grind, be good people, take care of each other, and I will catch up with you guys soon right here on Bama Football on YouTube. What you guys are going to see right now is just basically the graphic running while I have the chat open, and I'll come up and close it later on tonight. But I appreciate you guys being here. Like, subscribe, hit the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys more than you know. Coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube with a special announcement that Nick Saban is retiring today on January 10th, 2024. I will be back soon right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Yo, what's up, fam? I need to put the graphic up. We'll just leave it on there for a second. Hold up. 1 second. I thought I shut it off. 1 second. All right.